afternoon, beautiful patrons. Welcome to a brand new Grasshopper show, guys. Man, we're streaming on YouTube. Can you believe it, guys? Can you believe it? I'm a little excited, guys. I'm a little excited. Let's see how long we last, guys. Let's see. And everybody, guys. Rijk van der Meij, we love you. Miss Penny Black, Dawn, XZ's Rob, all those beautiful new names, guys. Henrik, we know you. The Goodo 1978, Dawn, Belinda, we love you guys. Jordy is there, and again, guys, make sure to adjust your name so you're not really exposing your real names, guys. Again, a little tip over there. Rick Hughes, sing a new song. Okay, guys, we're gonna start, guys. Let's start off. And again, we're gonna do a little intro because we got a lot of newbies around us, right? Who are going to watch our shows on YouTube now. So we're gonna let them know a little bit how the show is going, guys. But guys, for all of you now, for all of you guys, you know how we start the show, guys. You are all here because you know the storm is upon us.
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from our weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? No! Yeah, fight, you may die. Run and you live. At least a while. Dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemy, you can take our lives, you can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. We must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friend. By God, we must live. And with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and sending Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong. The storm is upon us. But not without Jesus, our rudder. And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
God bless you, beautiful patrons. Thank you so much for joining us. Our first ever live stream on YouTube, guys. So big shout out to everybody watching over there. Let us play Hold the Line and let me shout each and every one out because you know I love you, right? Okay, guys. Let me put in the chat. Boom time. Miss Penny Black. We love you guys. Boom. Gina Rosa. Dick Tracy. Heinrich. Joss. Riders, awesome name.
I will be a president for disease.
Yoko brother, great to see you over there. Roxy, Stanford, hi gang.
Resentment, hatred.
Styles Beans is there with your
Dreamers.
bananas. We all know what that means, right? Rick Hughes, Great for 78. Woo!
No
MG Page, defrustrated
No
sister, we love
nation.
you. Banksy 17, sing your new song.
Okay.
You broke the internet.
Piss down my back.
Everybody will know your name, sister. We go 377. Sassy Patriot, Trucy sister, we love you. Welcome to the Red Castle Club, guys. Tuesday 1638. You know what's coming, right? We're gonna hold the line. Boom time. Red Wing, Chungus. You got a beautiful father, bro, my friend. Leslie P, 1963. Bonsai, 214. Jordy Ant. We love you guys. Gina Rosa. Let me see, guys. Build on that. Let's not forget about that. We love you guys. Shadow number 70, Crystal. Rob David. Boom. MG Page. Warp. Club 31. We go hold the line. Boom. Big John Q. Colors 1921. We answer the second quest. Another beautiful Dutch from Poland. Love you guys. Michael. Love you guys. Big Tracy. Great to see you, my friend. We have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 foot long ago as we prepare to land. Make sure your seats and folding trays are in their upright positions. Very important, guys, because we know where you're gonna go. Some say it's fun to stay at the YMCA, United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay, immediate boarding at Gate E. We knew this day would come, guys. 12 days to go for Return of the King. Are you guys ready? If you are, bring a drum roll, please. Here we go. Susie Q, 17, love that name. Keystone Channel, we love you, sister. Luma, great to see you. The angels are sounding their horns. The apocalypse is nigh. Or shadow for millennia. And unfolding right in front of our eyes. We are blessed to be alive and to be witnesses of this epic transition to greatness. God bless you all for waking up and joining us on each and every show. Celebrating all these beautiful twists and turns of this epic movie called Blood. We love you guys. Tiffany, welcome.
We will be back in some form. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal.
Dawn,
but that is a
you.
dangerous, defeatist belief.
It
leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces we cannot control.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the Storm Magna. All right, guys, we have arrived. We are streaming on YouTube, guys. Won't you believe that? And again, big shout out to iDrop Media for always, allowing us to stream, their beautiful videos, guys. Those beautiful eye candy, thumping us up, guys. Getting our hearts beat, for an epic, epic show ahead, guys. Trump, Scavino are quiet this morning, guys. So let's see what's going to happen, guys. Duct Tape, nice name. Tiffany is with us, guys, saying good afternoon all. And everybody, please subscribe to Tiffany on Twitter. She's got a blue check mark, guys. So she's dropping beautiful news items out there. She's watching the financials, and she has her ear on the track, guys. So make sure to follow Tiffany. I've got a few of her tweets lined up, guys. So, but before we get there, guys, Big Knight, great to see you, my friend. Without further ado, let us introduce the two guys whom which these shows are not possible. I don't know, are we with 4 or are we with 3? Let me see, guys. Let me pull up.
Yes.
Okay. So that changes everything, guys. That means that we have a full house on this side of the mic. So without further ado, let us introduce, the 3 people who wish these shows are not possible, all the way from Europe, our beloved, gorgeous, Red Ginger, our beautiful Keystone Channel. How are you doing, sister?
Hello, everybody. I literally I just came running from the store into the house. Everything is still on my counter. And I was like, no, I can't be late. I can't be late because today's Angel Magic's birthday.
Ooh.
And
Yes.
I see you all in the chat, by the way. Love you all. I hope you all have a great, great start of the new year. And And you guys too, obviously, Derf, Lance, and Hopper.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Also,
Thank you.
yeah, I was with Angel Magic last night. We had an amazing night at the theater. And I have to say that she has currently, her internet fell out. So
Oh.
she sent me a message saying, I don't have internet, but as soon as I do, I'll come back in. She will hop into the chat. So,
Okay, guys.
um,
She does have an hour or something because we got some tabs to go through, and then we
okay,
got
perfect.
the Trump interview presser that we have to decode live, guys. So stay tuned for that, and that gives Angel Magic enough time to join us for the after party where we're gonna throw her. This whole show is dedicated to our beloved sister Angel Magic. And again, Keystone, thank you so much for joining us, and the show is not the same without you, beautiful soul.
Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Well, Keystone, we love you. Judd MC is with us. Sister, we love you. Leslie P, 1963. Love how that rhymes. S. Nipper is with us. Henrik. Roxy Stanford. Beautiful name. Again, guys. Gina Rosa is with us. We love you. And again, guys, let us introduce the guy that you all know as the man from the Pacific Coast, the man that never sleeps and that is born ready, the man in the mirror. You're going to know why, guys. Mr. Lance on his epic quest. How you doing, my friend?
Oh man, what a wonderful day, isn't it? We are live on YouTube. Can't believe
YouTube,
it.
man.
Did it?
Yeah.
Like, we got to give a shout out to all of
Yes.
Grasshopper's followers, right? Like, you guys are amazing. 900 followers in like 2-3 days. Like, just
Boom.
amazing. Even YouTube was like, all right, you guys can go live. You're gonna hit that.
You
in
don't
time.
even need to reach 1,000,
Yeah.
man. Forget about that.
You'll get there. We're not worried about that. So, like I was telling Grasshopper, man, to get like that many followers in just a couple of days is really hard to do on YouTube, right? Like, I've been using YouTube forever, and I got channels that have never even reached that, right? So, you guys are amazing. We got chats everywhere, right? We got chats on YouTube. We got chats on Rumble. We got chats on Pilled.
X.
We got chats on X. I mean, you guys are amazing. Later after the show, I will definitely go back and follow everybody in YouTube since we got a bunch of new followings. So you guys make sure to, you know what I mean? Follow me back. We got Keystone. We got Derfman, right? So,
Yeah.
man, this is like one of those historic days, right? Like, we're on YouTube. So 2025 is gonna be amazing. Yeah, and I can't wait to go through the rally. I mean the presser,
Yeah.
honestly, just a couple of, I seen it on, so I was watching it, and then as I'm watching it, I start decoding it, and then I'm like, all right, I gotta turn this off because
This is the good.
I'm just gonna ruin everything for me tomorrow, and then I'm gonna be sitting here with, you know what I mean, all anti, like grass,
With
grass,
blue balls, right? Like
right?
blue balls.
Watch this, right? So, the freaking movie giveaway, huh? Hey guys, the best part is,
Here we go. Here it comes. There it is.
So Keystone, so glad you're here with us today.
Thank you, Lance.
I was really
Also,
hoping you would be here today.
I was just going to ask you, are you safe? Because I just saw all the fires going on this afternoon, and I want to, like, just
Yeah.
pray for everybody that's in the path of the fires. And
For sure, those winds are whipping like a hurricane, basically. We're safe down here. Winds are starting to pick up, so we'll have to
Cool.
see what the next couple days, behold down here. But
yeah,
so far, so good.
good. I'm happy. I was very worried because I saw it this afternoon here and yeah, on X and all, and I was like, oh my gosh, I hope everything is okay. But yeah, for anybody in the chat that is, in that zone, prayers up for everyone.
Absolutely,
Yep.
Keystone.
Get
Thank
to
you so much for
safety,
bringing
right?
it up.
Because those fires are nuts, and that wind does not give up, right? Those embers go long ways. So,
And remember that time when they had those fires in Cali, where there was this story about how they would replant those trees that weren't actually supposed to be there, right? Like these eucalyptus
Yes.
trees, right?
Yep.
And because of the oil within those trees, the embers would just hit and just lit on fire, and it was just a furnace, guys. It was called paradise, remember? That
Yeah,
paradise was
California
on fire.
was not originally full of palm trees, right? Like that's not a native
Yeah.
tree either. So yeah, there's a bunch of plants and trees and a whole bunch of stuff that they've imported over here that definitely is not natural. But like
It smells nice,
botanical
but again,
gardens,
it
yeah,
lit
the
fire,
botanical
guys.
gardens and all that, they are beautiful. Don't get me wrong, right? But
Yeah.
of course, there's always consequences when you bring other stuff into what's not supposed to be there, right? So,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, like California's management just sucks. We've been saying this forever. Forest management, water management, right? Like
Mhm.
Trump was telling us not a couple of months ago. Remember when he was in LA talking about quit letting all the water run to the oceans, you
Yeah,
idiots.
right?
Sure enough,
It's
here we
common
are in
sense.
LA, and they don't have any
Boom.
water. Like, oh my gosh.
You got
So
a whole effing ocean, guys. You know,
yeah, you have no water.
look to the left, guys. Look to your left.
Hello? Yeah. Now that's common sense, right? Just a little
Yeah.
bit, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
whole nother story, right? Bunch of dumbasses. But
Mhm.
that's California for you. So we've been dealing with this way before Newscomb, right? Like he's just the one that's kind of put the dent on everything. But we've
Mhm.
definitely had a bunch of stupid people here that have run this state into the ground for sure.
Yeah.
But on a positive note, right? We got Trump talking about Greenland and Panama and Mexico, and we're about to turn the Gulf to the Gulf of America, right? Like
Mhm.
we got
Dude.
so many. That's why I say we got to watch the video just because, or that press
Yeah.
conference, just because so many comms that I seen coming in. I was just, I thought of you, Grasshopper, on that video,
Mhm.
just like a Gatling gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it come back because Lance, guys, you got to give it up for Lance because this man has been on fire on YouTube. He's the one uploading it all. He's the one making the thumbnails on YouTube, guys. So this man, he knows so much. So, I'm making the decodes. I'm doing the Twitter and everything, and Lance is the one that is hosting the OBS. The Lance is the one that is putting his finger on the trigger, sending us live on all the platforms. So give it up for Lance, guys. This man has been busy the last couple of days since I created the YouTube on a Sunday afternoon, guys. And then I told everybody, like, guys, subscribe. And your enthusiasm and your support, guys. Let me just scroll through Twitter before I introduce the man that you all know, right? Before we do that, guys, we want to say thank you to Tiffany, of course. Let me see, guys. Let me just scroll. Look at this. The support that we have on Twitter from Rob, 3Q, from Big John Q, retweeting us. Let me just scroll a little bit, guys. Stealth, our beautiful sister that is active on all the other platforms. Stealth, thank you so much for supporting us. But because by retweeting this tweet, underneath this is the invitation to the YouTube channel, right? Let me see who's more. Okay, Jordy M, our beloved Dutch patriot, also retweeting this. Thank you so much for your support. Lance on this epic quest, making all those beautiful videos out there. Tiffany sister, we love you. Mouse High Happy, helping us out with a retweet. Mouse High, we love you. Faltron sister, we love you. Darlene Spain sister, we love you. Our beautiful moderator from Rumble, sister, we love you to the moon and back. And this is why we started the live stream at 12 p.m. noon, right? Just because of you. I called Lance and I said, what time should we go live? And he said, well, let's go at noon because Darlene, she's busy in the morning. And again, so Darlene, this show is especially for you. Let me see. We got El Sans, our beautiful sister. Go France and support them on YouTube. El Sans, thank you so much. Miss Penny Black, always in the RTs. Sister, we love you. Thank you so much for your support and helping us out by your beautiful retweets on Twitter, on Truth, on all the other platforms. Let me see, guys. I do got to give a few shout outs, guys. So please give me a second. Quarbo17, thank you so much for your retweets. This is a different language. I think this is France. I don't know. What language is this?
Where's Derfman at?
It is French.
There
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah, this is French. So again, Quarbo 17. Thank you so much for your support. Let me go down and let me see. So there's Framboys 17. Awesome, spelled all out. Awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Derfman as well. For retweeting our invitations. Lila, sister, we love you. Rob
Hey,
3Q. Yes.
I'm sorry, but I did catch a nice number, right? Did I not? If you scroll down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. There it is.
717.
717 and 7 videos, guys. Thank you, Derfman.
At 5:25 in the morning.
Oh,
Right.
525. Nice one. So 717 at 525. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Derf. Lila, we love you, sister. Thank you so much for your support. Sandra Swift, thank you so much for your support on Twitter as well. Again, it might sound a little repetitive, but again, I have to thank you all in person. Diane, sister, we love you. Let me see. Let me just go quickly. Jordy M again. We love you, brother. Thank you so much. Lila again, sister. Thank you so much. The 1 year highlights from YouTube. El Sans doing it again, sister. We love you. Let me just see, guys, because I really want to thank you, because without your support, guys, this was not possible to have 900 people in just 2 days, guys. Susie Warrior saying it's finally happening. Grasshopper and YouTube live streams, guys. And again, thank you so much. Kendall George, brother, we love you. Thank you so much for your support. And I guess that will be kind of it, right? Without boring you too much. Let me see. We got 255 people watching on YouTube, guys. So again, thank you all so much for joining us. Let's see. Let us introduce the man that you all know as Mr. Butterboy. The man that knows without being told. Mr. 45, believe it or not, heartbeats a minute. Mr. RQ Derfman. How you doing, my friend?
And the man who can translate French for you, right?
All right.
As a Québécois,
Mm-hmm.
or I prefer to say Montrealer, because
Montrealer.
yeah,
All
you know.
The man of many
It's-
languages. Oh, we got another one.
right.
Oh no. I mean, I can manage with some Italian, with a bit of Spanish. That's about it, and French and English, of course. But
Mhm.
yeah, well, I'm doing great. I managed to catch a tiny nap. I managed to do a little bit of shoveling because we got a little bit of snow here in Montreal.
Mhm.
And I've got a bit of coffee, I've got a bit of water, and I've got 1 or 2 decodes, I believe. There's one of them that I'm working on right now. There's another one that I spotted just the other day. I decided to dig into it. It's way off board, so I haven't made it yet. I don't know if I'll have time today. If I do, I'll let you guys know. But I know that we've got a lot of fun stuff to go through now. Guys, make sure to hit the thumbs up on both platforms if you can. So
Mhm.
yeah, don't forget to hit it on YouTube and on Rumble. It's yeah, wow. This is awesome. Seeing, we're
Well-
seeing Parco, we're seeing Snipper, we're seeing Dawn, we're seeing Dflus. It's Keystone, of course.
Mhm.
And it's great to have you here today for our first live stream on YouTube and also for Angel Magic's birthday. Let's
Wait.
hope that
We're live on YouTube?
We are
We
live
are.
on
Of
YouTube.
course we are. Oh my God.
Listen
I
to
just
this.
realized it. I'm sorry. I'm multitasking. I have my mouth.
What do you
full of
think this
food.
tap is? Where did this tap
I
come from?
know.
All of a sudden-
It just hit me now. I'm so sorry. I've been yeah,
worries.
multitasking. Like I said, I really have my mouth full actually now with food. But
Nice.
oh my
There
God,
you have it.
congratulations.
Uh-huh. That was quick, right?
Amazing.
Like we didn't even have to reach 1,000. Like at somewhere around 7, Lance gave me a text like, "Hey,
Wow.
Twitter is asking us to verify, so I guess we're good to go." And it gave us a timer like within 23 hours you can go live. And I was like, "Huh?" Are you serious? He said, yeah, I guess so. And, you know,
Oh,
By,
kept
wow.
growing and growing and growing. Yeah.
By 3 p.m.
crazy
we
stuff.
had yesterday. We had it
Yay.
scheduled. Yep.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, but holy
No
crap,
worries.
that just hit me.
Okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna want to interrupt
All right. Because, oh no.
Go ahead.
because I need you to keep an eye on the chat, Hopper.
All right.
Want to
Oh.
give a quick shout out. Hey, everybody in the chat from Thunder, who can confirm the snow. Miss Penny Black, who's all the way in England. We've got Mary Carmel. We've got Ted Phillips, Ted P. El Sands, Dragonfly. Great. Well, I really enjoy your singing, Dragonfly. I think you're awesome.
Absolutely. Yes.
BLL, Blind Lady Liberty, is also in the chat.
Love her.
RJ61, it's great. We're seeing all the usuals in both chats now. Speaking of the chat, are you ready, Hopper?
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
What's up?
Shout out to Parco, and shout out especially to Chungus.
My God.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for
You
it.
gotta be kidding
Go for it.
me.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, I am going for it.
Oh.
What in the world, guys? Trump.
What's up, Scavs?
What's up, Scavs? Oh my God, what's going on here? What happened?
What time did he post, Hopper? Can you tell me what time he posted?
What the hell happened here? What time did he post, guys? At 12:24, guys. You gotta be kidding me, guys. No way. I gotta go back, guys. And this isn't like, listen, you know, you, everybody in the chat, you all know what's up, right? You all know what's up. We now have to go back to my tabs because we got a lot of new arrivals among us who don't know what this means, right? 1224, guys. 1224 goes back a long way, guys, because 1224 brings you to a drop. 1224 brings you to a drop. Let me go to my proofs over here in my bookmarks. Let's go all the way down, and here you see the proofs, right? So we're gonna tap this and say, oh no, we gotta go here. Here and say open in all folders in a new folder. Let me see. Open all in a new window. There it is. Boom. So this is going to be stressing a little bit for my computer, I guess. But again, so we got this one lined up. Awesome. So Dan Scavino, guys, like I told you, Dan Scavino was quiet this morning. This is his first tweet of the day, guys. We went live at 12. This is just 24 minutes after we went live on all the platforms, right? So Dan Scavino yet again. And again, there's that beautiful Trump entering Marine One, guys. That's beautiful. Let's have a little watch. Let's have a little look at this beautiful video.
14 seconds long.
Oh, no way. No music, just the sound of the beautiful roaring engine. That's it. Silence is golden, guys. Boom. Trump, we love you. Q team, we love you guys. That's gorgeous, guys. 12:24. And how many seconds, guys? Let me check it out.
27.
So yes, there it is, guys. For you, you know, this is Zulu time. So 17 equals 12, right? 12 Eastern Standard Time. Here you can see the Eastern Standard Time. Again, I'm going to explain everything because we got a lot of new people among us. 12:24, and here you can see 24:27, right? So these are the seconds. So let's have a little look at 24:27 because we all know what 12:24 is. Huh? 24:27?
Yeah. Now.
Oh, Skippy. All right. So there's Skippy digging for real sauce on this. All right.
Hey,
And
just for fun, by the way, we should also do the mirror of 1224, the 4221.
422.
And the middle.
Especially the middle.
God bless America. We're being attacked from within. That's beautiful. And you were saying the middle of the timestamp. So let me just show everybody. 12, 24, 27, right? So what is the middle? This one?
2242 and 2422.
Okay, 2242. This one is to the brim.
And you know I look at the mirrors first.
Oh, POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it? Watch this clip, guys. He's greeting the captain, right? Look at this. POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it? Boom. And there it is again. Another one. There it is. He's looking and he's greeting. Hi, right? There it is. Hi. There's the hi. Hi. Right?
Yep.
See that? Hi. And there
Yeah, I
is
see
the
it.
other special greeting. POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it? How beautiful that Dan Scavino, which did not post, guys. And again, if you go over his timeline, let me just show you. Dan Scavino. This is a tweet that he made 9 minutes ago. And this is something that he did 21 hours ago, guys. So what are the odds? We are going live, and he's talking about 12 days to go, guys. Let's effing go, right? 14 seconds, guys. That beautiful drop. Drop 14. That talks about 5 steps ahead and is laying out the plan how they would go about it, right? From the beginning, guys. Drop 14 is showing you military intelligence, state secrets, and how it is going to be upheld in the Supreme Court. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over the other 3-letter agencies? Why? Because now we are learning that these 3-letter agencies, allegedly, like we are on YouTube, are politically weaponized, right? We can see this clearly now. What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Why is that relevant? What is Flynn's background? What did he know? Why did they go after him first, right? Does POTUS know where the bodies are buried, right? This is saying, was Trump asked to run for president, and why? Why was Trump asked to run for president? Because he knows where the bodies are buried, and he has the good and most bad actors. Who was next in line? Was the election supposed to be rigged? Good question. Did good guys prevent the rigging? That happened in 2016, right? And here's Q saying, why did POTUS form a panel to investigate, right? By doing this, they knew exactly how they were going to do their little thing in 2020. So he had the right people observing what happened in 2020. Now they can go after them, right? Now they can, go for accountability because they have the sauce, right? The real sauce. Why did POTUS form a panel to investigate? Has POTUS ever made a statement? Did that become proven through and fact, right? This is going to get important with the first little tabs that I got open for you guys, right? Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not end up to become proven as true and correct? What is POTUS in control of, right? Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Why is that relevant? Who guards HRC? Why is this group allowed to operate? What happens if, the operations funded by this guy, right, get violent and engage in this kind of activities, right? What happens when majors, police comms, and chiefs do not enforce the law? What authority does POTUS specifically have over the Marines, right? And there it is, guys. Was POTUS asked to run for president with insurances made to prevent tampering? How is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping POTUS, guys? So how beautiful. Drop 14 is showing you exactly the plan, guys. It's all about military intelligence. It's all about state secrets and engaging military intelligence over the 3-letter agencies because, they're politically weaponized against the American people and against your democracy, right? And what must occur to allow for civilian trials without too much public unrest, right? People have to understand that some things need to happen for this plan to, proceed, in a calm manner. Again, guys, let me collect my thoughts a little bit because a lot is going on here, guys. Dan Scavino is dropping at 12:24. Why is 12:24 so important? Let me show you the crumbs that we had before, guys. These are the crumbs. This is what we said to Derfman back in May 4th, 23, right? I was posting an article on Durham, and Derfman said, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, right? And I told Derf underneath, dude, you know, you got to redrop 1224 because every detail is accounted for. Every scenario is planned for. Enjoy the show. It's going to be historic. It is planned long ago. So I was pointing out, this is planned. If you redrop 14, you can actually see the plan being, you know, laid out. Military intelligence, 3-letter agencies, you know. Why did POTUS form a panel to investigate? And did good guys prevent the rigging? If they prevented the rigging in 2016, why didn't they do the same in 2020? Because they want to have military intelligence, you know, take over the investigation of the 3-letter agencies. Let's see what they do, you know. Let's see how deep the corruption goes, right? This is planned long ago. Every scenario is planned for. Every detail is accounted for. The awakening is coordinated, right? Patriots are in control. Drop 1224. And I was saying here, just for guess we will have a 1224 confirmation shortly, right? This is what I said. On May 4th, 2023 at 11:20 a.m. What happened that night? That same night, this was May 5th, at 12:24 in the morning, none other than Donald J. Trump dropped at 12:24. On May 4th, we said, guess we will have a 12:24 confirmation shortly, right? Over here. And Donald J. Trump dropped at 12:24. You know, then, you know, Derfman was getting in line, right? Where he was getting his air cue, right? And Dan Scavino made sure to drop a gap code of 12 hours and 24 minutes, right? Where Trump was leading the pack, right? During that blizzard, right? That beautiful blizzard, Trump is leading the pack. Patriots are not standing at home. They're going outside and they're following the leader, guys. 12:24, how beautiful. Saying again, the awakening is coordinated. Every detail accounted for, every scenario planned for. Enjoy the show. The gap codes were showing us, do you believe that the world is awakening? Beautiful, right? Biblical times. Again, we showed you these crumbs before.
No.
But you know now that drop 1224 is really important because this was confirmed after we, you know, kind of alluded to it, right? Then Trump comes out dropping at 1224 in the morning on May 5th, right? And, you know, dropping us 1224, that's is saying over here, let me just show you. 1224. Drop 1224. Is showing you the awakening is coordinated, every detail accounted for, every scenario planned for. Enjoy the show. Drop 1224. What are the odds, guys? What are the odds? Let me just minimize this. The Dan Scavino guys, during our show, during our first ever YouTube live stream, is dropping the whole morning. He was silent. And just 24 minutes into our show, Dan Scavino drops at 1224, bringing us back to that beautiful drop that, you know, the awakening is coordinated and that every detail is accounted for, guys. How beautiful, guys. Dan Scavino, love you. Yes.
Can I just say there's one more thing we could look at?
Yes.
We looked at the mirror of the middle.
Yeah.
We should look at the middle too.
Yes. So
2422.
Yeah, so, you know, and again, guys, let me just show you the timestamp is 12:24 and 27 seconds, right? So this is the middle saying POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it, right? What a time to be alive. And now Derfman wants us to look at the mirror of the middle. So 2422, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you air cue, guys? All right. Beautiful. So POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it? And there is the air cue, guys. The air cue. So this timestamp is so mind-blowing. From 1224 to 2427 to 2242 and 2422. All those numbers are magnificent. Isn't this incredible, guys? 12,
Mind blown.
24, 27. There it is. When you do 12, 24, you know, every detail is accounted for. right? Every scenario is planned for. 2427, you know, POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. 2242 and 2422, right? Boom, guys. Up and down, left and right, guys. Beautiful. Digging for the real sauce on this, guys. Talking about Skippy, guys. Wow. God bless America. We're being attacked from within. POTUS provided you with a very special greeting. Did you catch it? Do you? RQ, guys. Boom. If this is not, dude, this is incredible. Dan Scavino, yet again, you are blowing our minds. And talking about RQs, guys, look at the tabs that I got open over here with the new tabs. This is a drop that Donald Trump dropped on the 6th of January. He drops at 2438. 2438 is showing you an RQ, right? Interesting, right? And you know, if you look like this, these are the new tabs, right? These are the old tabs, and this is where the new tabs begin, right? This is where a little space that I do, right? Just this is a little space, so I know. Okay, so this is where the new tabs are beginning. Be the artist, we know you are. It's about to break, and then comes this one, right? The RQ. So this is the second tab that we got, guys. Let me just show you. This is a beautiful segue to bring you back to last show for the new arrivals among us, and then we're going to continue with the new tabs, the new crumbs, and then we're going to go into the Trump press conference, guys. So let's give you a little roundup of what happened during our previous show. So yes,
I just want let's give a round of applause to Dan Scavino and the team.
absolutely, guys.
What a way to start the show.
Guys, I am blown away. I don't know how to. I just want to, you know, like this is so how do you say that? Humbling.
On cue.
Right? What?
I said
It's
on cue.
It's yeah. Well done. Well done. And again, guys, you know, for Dan Scavino to do this yet again, you know, thank you so much, Dan Scavino, brother. We love you to the moon and back. Dropping Trump, entering Marine One, guys, with 14 seconds. This is the plan being set in motion, guys. Bringing us in to, guys, this is how we're going to do it. How did we win? We stopped them from rigging the election. We're going to drop this in so you guys know that we are able to stop the rigging. Now, when the steal happened, the supposed steal happened in 2020, we can then think to ourselves, well, if they were able to stop, was this according to the plan? And then you read drop 4461 that talks about only when evil is forced into the light can we defeat it. Only then will people understand the true nature of their deception, right? Public consensus forces the sun to shine. This is necessary for this movement to proceed, right? Because else people would panic, would think that Trump is a dictator or something like that, right? First, now we got a lot of people not believing the plan because they're saying nothing is being done. Why are they saying this? Because so much corruption is getting out there. They understand something needs to be done, but they're saying nothing will ever happen, right? Because this is too big to rig. You know, this is too big to fail. You know, these guys are everywhere. These guys are too powerful. You know, and this needed to happen. This mindset needed to set in for them to say, okay, now we're gonna go. Now we're going to solve this. And now we got the people behind us, right? And you know what the drops are saying, right? You know, intelligence equals the key, and Trump and the Patriots equals the stone, right? So these two things together, right? The key and the stone. Trump and the Patriots behind him, behind the America First agenda. This is because they want to paint this as a racist movement, right? If you're pro-Trump, you are a racist, right? No, this is not about it. This is about gaining back control over our country. You know, this is not being decided by people who we did not vote for. This is going to be decided by us. Our movement is about returning power, you know, by replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment and giving it back to you, controlled by you, the American people. This is what it's all about. This is what needs to sink into everybody. This is why a lot of people are saying, you know, why is nothing being done? Because they understand that something needs to be done, right? And this is where Trump comes in. This is why we had a red wave, and they stopped the rigging again. Like Trump was saying during his rallies, right? We will not allow them to steal it again, right? And there it is, happening as we speak. Patriots are in control. Take it to the bank, guys. Yes, Lance?
Did we check the 12 days?
Okay.
Drop 12?
Okay.
Because it goes along with
days.
everything.
Drop 12. Let's have a little look, guys. So there it is. Military intelligence referenced above. It's the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Now think about why Antifa plays right into the plan. Always ahead. Good guys are winning, guys. Absolutely, guys. Trump is boarding Marine One with 14 seconds and 12 days to go, guys. Are you ready for the return of the king? Thunder 777, we love you. Brainstorm 45, great to see you. Big John Q, thank you so much for your support on Twitter. And Miss Penny Black, we really love you, sister. Ralph Whistler is with us. And again, let's see, guys.
Can I just
yes.
quickly? We don't have a mod yet in YouTube, so we cannot share links if needed. So what you need to do is click on the person. Maybe you can do Jordy and me, and then yeah, okay, you know.
So I'm going to give you all the rights, right? Moderator, this one.
So I can block everybody. No, I'm kidding.
Do you want to become one as well?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't want to give people a job.
So then there is somebody at least
okay.
to share links. Maybe I don't know if he wants to, but now he is.
Okay, there you go, man.
And then you
like
gotta
standard or like this one, Key?
Make it the top one, because then you can share links.
Okay, good. Okay, guys. So welcome, brother.
Dude, so, frustrated too, Grass.
I got defluster, I think.
Do you?
Yes, I did deflustrated. Yes. Yeah. So there it is.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Moderator. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Behave, sister. No, I'm joking. behave.
She has all the links already, right? Like she's ready.
She got a lot of power, man. Woo, baby. Deflustrated, man. Moderator on Rumble, moderator everywhere, guys. Okay, guys.
He is again, the moderator.
Yes.
I think you were gonna just go back to Scavino and his Twitter post, right?
Yes.
I have to tell you that he also posted on Truth. It has been scraped, and we did get a so shiny.
Oh my God! 12, 24, 55. Loud and clear with it, guys. Dude, Scavino. We all know what 5x5 means, right? 5x5 means loud and clear, guys. That is a salute, guys. Loud and clear, gotcha. 10-4, right? There it is, guys. Ooh, and Trump. Okay, so that's before the show, but that's awesome.
Yeah, about 20 minutes, but
20 minutes before our show. Awesome.
New scum.
Okay, there's Lance.
Scum, okay. Now,
gallons of water. Okay.
He wanted to protect an essentially worthless. You see it? Just two lines down.
Called a Delta Smelt.
He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish.
And a space.
Yes, sir.
He drops a space,
called
guys.
a smelt.
We know about the Delta Smelt, remember?
Yeah.
Trump was talking about the Delta Smelt. Now he's just calling it a smelt.
Is he telling
when
me
he said Delta Smelt during, yeah, there's going to be another YouTube we're going to upload, guys.
Working on it now.
Les, we love you, man. And again, so when Trump was talking about the Delta Smelt, we were like, huh? Why is he calling it a Delta Smelt, right? And then at the timestamp that he said it, it was talking about deltas, guys. And deltas are when Q is dropping and news is breaking at the specific same day, at the specific same time, right? And so, okay, guys, let's have a little look what this copy. Let's go. Let's count the spaces, guys. Because for the new arrivals among us, 808, these are one of those tools that they gave us, right? 808 is saying, did you count the spaces in the tweet or the truth? and cross-reference those spaces against the spaces left here to match meaning. So what are we doing? We're counting the spaces. We're going to do paste. There it is. We're going to count those spaces because Trump is dropping an extra space in between called, fish called, right? So fish called, 2 spaces in there. He's dropping an extra space. Let's see how many spaces we got. 1, 2, 3 spaces. Okay. So let's go to drop 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to count the spaces in drop 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. There it is. Nothing is random. Everything has meaning. Plus, plus, plus. Okay. So let's see, guys. We're going to copy this. And then we're going to count those spaces, guys. Let me see. What is this? So there it is. Delete. And paste. How many spaces? 4 spaces. Okay. 4 spaces. Some of us are here to drop crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Okay. And then okay. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show, guys. Beautiful. So we got nothing is random. Everything has meaning. Plus, plus, plus. And then the spaces in that one brings us to this, right? Okay, 100% insulated. And the pluses is regarding, the plus, 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 right? There it is, guys. Do not fool yourself into thinking that Hussein, that dude, Roth, and Clintons have more power present day than POTUS. If you think that, that is due to Operation Mockingbird. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, there is a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. There was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats, guys. So, and there it says, right? Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why that might be used against and versus any 3-letter agencies, right? Well, because they're politically weaponized. As we could see, you know, the Biden DOJ and the Biden FBI were weaponizing those 3-letter agencies to seize those files and authorize them to use deadly force, right? That is uncalled for. You had the Presidential Records Act, right? Again, guys, let's see how long we stay live on Twitter, guys. Let's see over YouTube. Let's see how far we can kick this can, guys. Again, so I have to remind myself that we are live streaming on YouTube, guys. So I gotta contain myself a little bit. Let me just show you guys how a last show started, right? We had a show, and during our live show, Dan Scavino did not post. And when we went live, Dan Scavino started posting, guys. Okay, Happy New Year. Oh.
Hey, from Dan Scavino. I'm sorry.
Dan Scavino. Okay.
Around the time we went live.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, we went live at like 10:07, I think it was when I seen it, like when we went.
Okay. Okay, Scavy. Okay, let's have a little listen, guys. So here's Scavino dropping, you know, when we went live. And after our show, guys, let me see if there's any let me see. Okay, yeah. So his timestamp were lining up with the first steps that I had opened during the shows, right? So let me just show you. Oh yes, this is a good one, man. This is a good one because this is my first tab, guys. Let me just show you guys. Let me just make it minimize. Let's go to my first. Let's see. Dan Scavino dropped at 22:12, right? That talks about the Dclass, right? The attempts to stall the Dclass have failed. Got popcorn. Enjoy the show, guys. Isn't that the same thing that we got from Donald Trump? Enjoy the show, right? Interesting, right? And let me just show you my first tab, right? This is my first tab. There are no more tabs over here. See that? This is my first tab. Which one is that? Take a wild guess. Boom. There it is. What? See, this is my first tab. This is my third. This one is my second. And this is the first tab, guys. The first tab talks about FISA. You know, Trump declassified all Russiagate files before he left the White House. It has been reported that the Biden DOJ raided Mar-a-Lago to seize those files. Weaponized, guys. Like Kevin is saying. And were authorized to use deadly force, right? During its raid at Mar-a-Lago. Trump should release the files publicly. That will be the end of Jack Smith, right? You must target, remove, and silence all those illegally targeted for FISA. Use deadly force, right? FBI, like clockwork, right? There it is. Buckle up, buttercups. It's about to get bumpy. This is one of those things that got confirmed through to the moon and back, guys. It was ridiculous. You know, the confirmation that we had during, digging on the George Papadopoulos one. And what are the odds that Dan Scavino, guys, out of everybody, right? This is the first step that I could line up. I didn't even go into it. Was dropping at 2212, and 2212 is showing us attempts to stall Dclass and redact have failed. Got popcorn. Enjoy the show, guys. Okay, so there it is. Dan Scavino dropping at the beginning of our show, so it's 2212, lining himself up, with the first steps that we got over during our show, right? Well, here it is. Let me just minimize this one. This is what Dan Scavino dropped. So he dropped that Lara Trump video, right? As you can see in this video over here. There it is. Over here, you can see that that he's posting this Lara Trump video, right, where she's singing. So after our show, this was our how do you say that? New Year's Eve broadcast, right? On the 1st of January, just at 4:08 in the morning, Dan Scavino dropped this video yet again on YouTube. That's funny. On Truth. Interesting is that we were decoding a drop from Dan Scavino, during our live show at 1:25 in the morning regarding drop 1607, right? 1607 is 4:07 p.m. 4:07 brought us to, did you find the exchange? We listened, feel proud. So we were talking about this at 1:25 in the morning. Then Dan Scavino comes out after our show at 4:08. We were showing you 4:07, right? He drops at 4:08. Well, what does drop 4:08 do? Drop 4:08 answers to drop 4:07 regarding we listened, feel proud. Now check out what happened after this, guys. So Dan Scavino is dropping a gap code, right? Because we discussed this at 1:25 in the morning. The gap is exactly 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 27 seconds. Amen, patrons, we are grateful, right? And it talks about the traders, right? The 2.724 hours brings us to the traders, phase 3, panic in DC, rats everywhere. And this drop talks about Eric Smith from Google resigned today after the executive orders, right? Coincidences, right? Rats are everywhere. There is no escaping God, guys. So interesting how this is all making sense. But again, we listen, feel proud was being emphasized here, right? Q is answering to drop 407 that talks about we listen, feel proud, right? So interesting that this is happening. Then during our live show, Donald Trump, Derfman alerted me, hey, brother, Trump is doing a press conference, right? Just like yesterday. So we're going to get into the press conference. But this was during our live show. So we went to some kind of link out there, that was showing us Trump going past, the cameras, taking some questions and giving some answers, right? Interesting stuff, right?
That's the Castle Runs Red.
So this is just a little snippet of what we dug up from that press conference, right? Just little walking past the cameras and mentioning the 30-40 guys. Listen to this. The castle equals, the White House and the Oval, right? And we saw Washington, D.C. being struck by lightning many, many times. 30-40 people, guys. So what is 30-40, guys? 30-40. Okay. Oh, come on, eh? Now that the Russian collusion is a proven lie, when do the trials for treason begin? Because we have, the FISA stuff, the initial timestamp when he did the photo up or, talking to the press, talking about the FISA spying, right? Big. The stealing, that's the stealing of the election, right? Meddling with the elections, the penalty for stealing. And there it is, the castle runs red. And 30-40 is saying now that the Russian collusion, the basis of the FISA application, right, is the Russian collusion lie. Now that the Russian collusion is a proven lie, when do the trials for treason begin? Because What would be the penalty for stealing elections? This could not happen in 2016 because they haven't stole the election. Trump won. They made sure to stop them rigging the election. Like we discussed in drop 14, right? For reference, so you guys know, right? Drop 14. In 2020, it was the opposite, right? They were in control, but they let them steal it. And now it's time for justice. Because what will be the penalty for stealing elections? Now we know this was the plan. They knew George Soros was going to mess with the numbers. You know, this was the plan. How do you capture a dangerous animal, right? Again, really important. So there it is, guys. Capture a dangerous animal, right? How do you capture a dangerous animal, right? Remember this. Using bait. Here you go. You got the oval. Are you going to take it? Yes, they did. You know? And there it is. What will be the penalty for stealing elections? When do the trials for treason begin? Promises made. Promises soon to be kept. Promises soon to be kept, guys. Listen to what Trump did after we discussed this, guys. Promises soon to be kept. And there it says, right? Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not end up being proven correct? Again, the same phrase that was in drop 14, right? Change that we can't believe in. When they go low, we go high. Let freedom win. Again, promises soon to be kept, guys. Look at what Trump dropped. Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not end up being proven correct, right? There it is, guys. Trump is coming out after our live show because this is what we dropped. This is what we discussed during our live show at New Year's Eve at 12:22 in the morning, guys. The next day, Donald Trump comes out, not the next day, but the same day, right? Because this was already the 1st of January, 22 minutes into January 1st. At 2:57:08, Trump comes out and finally posts that video, an official video, you know, of him walking past the cameras and doing that same little talk. Interesting. This video was something like 4 minutes, 5 minutes long. He's posting this video lasting 1 minute and 1 second. 101. 101 brings us to a drop that says graphic confirmed, guys. But if you look at the PM timestamp of 2570, the first 4 digits, it brings you to a drop that has that same meme in there. Now that the Russian collusion is a proven lie, when do the trials for treason begin, guys? And again, it's saying, thank you, Patriot. Fire at will, right? There it is. Promises soon to be kept, guys. Trump is coming out at 2:57:08 seconds, guys, bringing us to that same meme that we derived from this beautiful press conference of Donald J. Trump. What are the odds? We listened, feel proud, right? But this is not everything, guys. Trump is dropping this at a specific time with a specific length of this clip. 1 minute, 01 seconds, graphic confirmed. Now Trump comes out on the 2nd of just 8 minutes past midnight, right? On January 2nd, saying Trump was right about everything. What did we say over here? Did POTUS ever made a statement that did not end up proven correct, right? Change that we can believe in. Promises soon to be kept. Look at what Trump is doing. He's saying it. Trump was right about everything. But look at his truth number, guys. 2504. 2504 brings you to a drop. 2504 saying, has POTUS ever made a statement that hasn't been proven to be correct? Future, guys. So we had this in the past. This was the 1st of January. Then on the 2nd, you know, just 8 minutes past midnight, he's dropping his 2504 truth. And that brings us to that same phrase that we had over here. Did POTUS ever made a statement that hasn't been proven correct? In the future, guys. So future proves past. And there, the first line of this drop is saying, a picture is worth many sentences, right? Look at this. A picture is worth many sentences. We had it over here, the meme, you know? A picture is worth many sentences. How beautiful. Think timing, right? Think timing. What is the time that Trump dropped this? 000811. Well, what does drop 811 talk about, guys? Drop 811 talks about how do you break up something this big? What happens when low, mid, senior, non-corrupt patriots learned that they've been sold out? That is the trials for treason, right? This is selling out is treason, right? For those watching Q is adding, this should scare you. It's the power you depend on to survive. Money is worthless without those in power serving you. White House military and patriots. Are you ready to play, guys? You know, this drop is saying 2504 is saying think timing. What is the timing in between when we post this at 16:31 in the afternoon, right? 4:31 p.m. on January 1st, 16:31 military time, right? And Trump dropping this at 12:08 and 11 seconds. Well, the time in between 16:31 and 00:08:11 is 7 hours and 37 minutes, guys. 7:33 is an add-on saying, I hope someday patriots and veterans and add-ons get the respect we deserve. Thank you from the depths of my heart is what this add-on is saying to Q, right? Then Q is coming back, saying to this patriot, we are with you, patriot. We honor your service to our great country. Without people like you, the world would be lost. Godspeed, guys. Like we had that thank you over here, right? You know, thank you, patriot. Fire at will, right? From this little first 4 digits of his timestamp. Thank you, patriot. Fire at will with that beautiful meme. A picture is worth many sentences, right? Here again is a thank you to the annals, guys. How beautiful that Trump is repeating again. You know, we listened, feel proud, right? Repeating the meme. And then repeating the sentence, right? Trump was right about everything with a timestamp, with gap codes. Everything is lining up. A picture is worth many sentences. And repeating the same phrase as we had over here, right? But there it is again, guys. Remember how we said, how do you capture a dangerous animal? I don't have to play that again, right? Has post George Soros was going to mess with the numbers. You know, this was the plan. How do you capture a dangerous animal, right? There it is. How do you capture a dangerous animal? So let me see, guys. So let's minimize this one. How do you capture a dangerous animal? Here is Trump coming out on the 2nd of January again at 1:51. Remember this meme over here? And remember that beautiful proof that we had from Derfman. Let me see, where is it? Where are the proofs? I think I deleted it or not. I guess so.
I'm so sorry. Which one are you looking for?
You know, no, nothing. There it is. So
Okay.
here it is. You know, remember this one. You know that the time that Dan Scavino dropped the 1224 gap code regarding the awakening is coordinated. Look at Trump, how he's leading the pack through that blizzard, right? Again, the 1224 over here. The gap in between his tweet at 1:34:41 and 13:58:51, right? 12:24 minutes. The awakening is coordinated. Every detail accounted for, every scenario planned for. With Trump walking through the blizzard, leading the pack, right? Again, when you look at this one, there's Trump again, right? In front of those patriots, right? With a beautiful American flag. And he drops this at 1:51, right? 1:51, what is the first sentence of this drop? How do you capture a dangerous animal? Think about this, guys. This is what we said over here, right? This was the 1st of January at 1. Dude, we said this. Dude, Derfman. 12:23. We're just 9 seconds away from 12:24, dude.
That's
Oh,
beautiful.
wow.
Oh,
You
man.
see that? Wait. Let me turn this one into 12:24, guys. This is incredible. All right. Using bait. Do you? Oh, this one's gonna mess with the numbers. You know, this was the plan. How do you capture a dangerous animal, right? Using bait. Here you go. You got the oval. Are you going to take it? Yes, they did. You know, and there it is. What will be the penalty for stealing elections? Boom. There it is, guys. 1274. You can't make it up, guys. I didn't know that even. That's funny, man. So there it is, guys. How do you capture a dangerous animal? And there is Trump, guys, coming out on the 2nd. Just 1 hour and 51 minutes past midnight. 151 is repeating that same sentence. How do you capture a very dangerous animal? Do you attack from the front? Do you walk through the front door? Do you signal ahead of time that you'll be attacking, etc., right? But it's saying closing at, guys. Operations by no such agency, guys. So no such agency equals Q team, right? And there is Trump coming out again, guys, on Twitter this time at 22:32. Trump was right about everything, right? There it is. Let me see. Let me minimize this one. 22:32 is saying, faster than you know, things are moving, but that will soon change regarding visibility. Public interest forces the sun to shine. And as you can see, right, Trump was walking through the blizzard, and Trump is leading the pack, right? Leading the pack towards the Great Awakening. Closing act operations by no such agency, guys. And there is Trump dropping Trump was right about everything for the 3rd time, guys. On Truth, then on Twitter, where things are moving faster than you know, public interest forces the sun to shine. Trump was right about everything. And Trump is making sure to drop this at 5:21 p.m., guys. 5:21, 17:21, 5:21 p.m. And why is this relevant? Because this brings us back to that drop, how Flynn ended his press conference. Again, we can read this drop, but we can also bring you to General Flynn, right? This is how we started at 5:06, right? General Flynn is starting his rally at 5:06. What is drop 5:06 talking about? Let me show you. 5:06 is talking about, this is important, right? Important, colon. And then starts talking about the 15 minutes in between, the selected words, removing and adding letters, right? And Q is saying, this is to train you to understand the correlation between the post, the Q drops, and the tweets. Future proves past, right? There it is. You know, future, right? Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not hasn't been proven to be correct? Future, right? So 5:06 is bringing us to future proofs past. Wind the clock. The clock is essential, right? The clock and the graphic are essential. Feel privileged. POTUS just spoke to this board, right? But again, this is to train you to understand the correlation between the post and the tweets. Because when they post at a certain time, and when they say keywords like missing cues or all these things, right, at specific times, this is to train you to understand the correlation between the Q post and their tweets or whatever they're saying during interviews, right, or press conferences. 5:06 is focusing on, this is important, look at the timestamps. This is regarding the Q drops. So this is how General Flynn's speech starts at 5:06. Important. The timestamps are important, linking to the Q drops. Well, what happened when the clock hits 17:17 Eastern Standard Time? Death clock.
One of the looking at the clock. One of the looking at the clock.
Looking at the clock, right? This is the training to understand the correlation between the posts and the tweets. Wind the clock. Looking at the clock. At what time? 5:17 p.m. 17:17 Eastern Standard Time, that glorious time of the day. General Flynn is looking at the clock. Right? When does the event end? It ends at 5:21, guys. Let me just go back a little bit.
Running out of time. Help Donald Trump make this country great again.
We're running out of time, right?
Stitch this country back one county at a time. Help Donald Trump make this country great again. God bless you all, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
That's it, guys. Thank you very much. At 5:21 p.m., that is that same exact timestamp that we had over here, right? Why is drop 5:21 so important? Because 5:21 is being confirmed by drop 8:35, I believe, right? 8:35. 8:35. Let me see if my memory serves me well. Yes, there it is, guys. So there it is. Let me just go like this. No. Sorry, I have to go back here. Let me go like this. Okay, so this one goes here. Okay. So we go to drop 5. Sorry, guys. 521. So there it is, guys. Side-by-side graphics are important. So there it is. Let me just go a little bit over here. So let me put it like this, guys. The rally ends, his speech ends at 521. And 521, drop 521 is being confirmed. There it is, drop 521. Let me enlarge it over here. It's being confirmed by the Department of Defense, guys. None other than the Department of Defense. And Q is adding to this. We are everywhere. What is drop? So let me show you over here. On January 13th, guys. Is that today? No, almost. 5 days ago. Okay. So interesting that the Department of Defense over here, you can see the Q on the 13th of January was saying, do you trust the chain of command, right? 2 days later, on the 15th, the Department of Defense comes out with a documentary on, what was it? What is it again? Let me see. National Geographic, guys. On National Geographic, on the 15th of January, right? There it is. The 15th of January. Comes out with a, let me go like this. With, how do you say that? With a documentary regarding the chain of command, right? And this is exactly what Q was saying. Do you trust the chain of command? Have faith. We are in control. You are being chosen for a reason, and you are being provided the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. Use it to protect and comfort those around you. Where we go one, we go all, right? And the beauty of this drop is that the Department of Defense made sure to drop a coffee cup in that video, a Q cup in that video, and next to that Q cup, this add-on is putting a Q drop. Have you not discovered the confirmed correlation between the post here and the tweets yet? Well, how did General Flynn's video started, right? It started at 5:06, and 5:06 is saying, this is to train you to understand the correlation between the post and the tweet, right? The same thing. So how General Flynn is starting his speech at 5:06, talking about the clock and training us to understand their timestamps and how that links back to the Q drops. This is how they are training us and, providing us, all these intel and the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. Use it to protect and comfort those around you, right? This is how they're doing this, right? And he's starting this at 5:06 and then ending it at 5:21, and 5:21 is being confirmed by the Department of Defense. That goes back to over here. Have you not discovered the confirmed correlation between the post and the tweet yet, right? Exactly how General Flynn is starting this, right? Boom, over here. Wind the clock at 17:17. General Flynn is saying, looking at the clock. Wow, right? Feel privileged, guys. POTUS just spoke to the board. How beautiful. So there it is again, guys. And how wonderful is it that during our live show yet again today, Dan Scavino makes sure to drop. And again, this is how Donald Trump, guys. This is on the 2nd. We showed you this on New Year's Eve, right? We showed you this video on New Year's Eve and how beautiful that Dan Scavino is saying Trump was right about everything. POTUS just spoke to this board per press, repeating Trump was right about everything. Trump was right about everything. How do you capture a dangerous animal? We listened, feel proud, How beautiful, guys, that this is all coming together. And now yet again, when we started our live show, I don't know where that drop is anymore. Dan Scavino drops at 12:24, guys. And 12:24 brings us back to, let's see, where is it? Over here. Brings us back to 12:24. One of those first things that I said to Derfman when he was keeping his fingers crossed on May 4th. Guess we will have a 12:24 confirmation shortly. Wink, wink. Cheers. And there's Trump coming out at 12:24. Yeah, just 24 minutes past midnight, guys. How beautiful. The awakening is coordinated. Every detail accounted for. Every scenario planned for. Enjoy the show. It's going to be historic. Planned for long ago. And this is another big one that Dan Scavino dropped 21 days before the elections, right? Remember? During the rallies? Derfman and Lance? Where he was dropping that beautiful 21 days to go. Yes, at a specific timestamp that led us back to within 21 days. Big happenings are going to take place. And big shout out to all of you beautiful patrons joining us every single live stream, because now you understand how it is to do these live shows, right? And to have Dan Scavino come out, at 12:24. Out of all the times in the day for Dan Scavino to start tweeting, he's posting Trump entering Marine One and bring you back to drop 14, right? What can be said? Why does the military, it talks about Trump's control over the Marines, right? That is a beauty, guys. Drop 14.
Hey, Grass, I've been multitasking, but did we notice the time of the video that you're on right now with like the timestamp in our video?
Oh,
look,
no.
it's 12:24.
Oh, 12:24, guys. 12:24, 12:24, 12:24, guys. Let me check it out, guys. Mirror on the wall. Okay, guys. And Keystone is with us on Pildernet. We love you, sister.
Yes.
She has a special gift on Pildernet, guys.
Actually, somebody made a load of stickers of me, and now I can just post them. So it's really cute.
Yeah, look how gorgeous she is, man. Treason begin? Look how gorgeous Keystone is, guys. Give it up for Keystone. A beautiful. Gorgeous. You are gorgeous, sister. We love you. Look at that smile.
Also,
okay,
we have the birthday girl in the chat.
Okay, so happy birthday,
Angela.
Happy birthday to Angel Majesty. We love you, sister. This show is dedicated to you, sister. And Dan Scavino made sure to drop at to drop at 12:24, guys. Out of all times in the day, guys. This is just mind blowing.
Right? And that's the time that we're covering Scavvy, like in that video. Just nuts, dude.
Yep.
Literally, that's what you're on, right?
Yes, I'm beyond words at the moment. So Florida Goldback is with us on YouTube. Jenna Lynn and Heaven Bound. Boom time. Absolutely, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this.
Did you want to watch the Delta Smelt one?
Oh yeah.
All right, here, I'll post it in the chats.
Belinda, welcome. We love you. Happy birthday to Angel Magic. Absolutely.
There you go. Both chats. Okay. Which one?
Is it me, or did we lose the screen share in the Zoom? Because I only see you guys for some reason.
I don't know. Am I still doing something?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the live I do see the screen, but I don't see it in the Zoom, so I don't know if that's me.
Yeah, you might have to switch to the view settings.
Okay, guys, let's see the Delta Smelt.
By the way, the Delta Smelt is doing extremely badly, especially since it has no water. They think
Delta
they have
Smelt.
a fish, and their way of saving the fish is not to give it.
Dude, this is the timestamp, 9:38. There it is, guys. So, dude,
say that
this
so
is
nonchalant.
big. We are with you. That is what Trump said in his tweet, right? When you go back over here,
doesn't work.
You'll see.
I think I need to hop out
with
come
you,
back in.
right? And in the future drops, it says, "We are with you." Where we go on, we go on. Trump.
Into the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific is like a drop, just like a drop.
Just like a drop,
And we
guys.
let that.
Just like a drop. Just like a drop, guys. So Q dropped, then Trump dropped. Just like a drop. Just like a drop. The Delta drop, guys.
By the way, the Delta Smelt.
The Delta drop,
Delta
guys.
Smelter.
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely, guys. Beautiful.
Extremely bad.
Because you guys have to understand that 2137, let me just show you over here. 2137. Let me put on the dig music, guys. 2137. 2137 is showing you Anon's again, guys. Anon saying, no POTUS tweet today yet, right? Look at this. Just like we were saying, right? Dan Scavino and Trump hasn't posted today, right? As of yet. How about a nice zero delta to encourage Anons, right? This is not because they like us. This is because they want to encourage Anons that are coming to YouTube, that are coming to Twitter, to all these platforms, coming together, munching on the crumbs that the team is dropping out there, right? It's not so much that they like us. It's just because this is where people hang out, and this is where, you know, people are rejoicing those incredible crumbs from the Q team, right? So again, how about a nice zero delta to encourage Anons, right? Well, not long after, guys, Dan Scavino, well, might be Dan, right? A 3-second Dan. But, you know, Q started dropping on the boards, and then Trump started dropping on Twitter, guys. A beautiful zero delta between Q and Trump, guys. So again, request heard, request delivered, right? So there it is, guys. Especially for the analysts out there. And beautiful 17, 12, 12. We love you guys. And beautiful that Trump is talking about the Delta smelt, right? And talks about the drop, right? It's just like a drop. And, you know, like the Atlantic, he talks about, you know, the Pacific or the Atlantic, right? And there it says, right? The storms in the Atlantic are very dangerous. We encourage anyone on the path of these storms to prepare themselves and heed the warnings of state and local officials. The federal government is closely monitoring and ready to assist. We are with you. So beautiful that the team is answering the call from the Anos. Say, hey, Trump hasn't posted yet. How about a nice zero delta to encourage Anos? And the team went out of their way to do it, just like Dan Scavino went out of his way to drop at 12:24. Just 24 minutes into our live show. And Dan Scavino, we love you to the moon and back. Lance, thank you so much for this beautiful video, brother. Everybody give Lance a follow. And again, you already dropped the link in the chat, right? So I don't have to do that again. Yeah. And Angel Magic, happy birthday. This show is dedicated to you, sweetheart. We love you to the moon and back. Let me show you a few of the new crumbs, guys. Let me show you.
That delta was on that was the delta for that day, right? Like that day at 9:37, right? Like that's exactly when he says delta's like just, man, the comms we've gotten over the year and a half doing these shows is like the views say 555, right? Like it's been it's been insane the amount of comms we've had. We've had so many that we can't even make the videos on like how many comms we've had, right? Like it's been insane on how many, you know, just the keywords. And I mean, you know, going back, making the 1 year celebration video, right? There was a part where like even Keystone noticed that like on one of those he was hitting all of the times like in the Q drop. Like he was actually hitting the Q drop numbers, right? Like you remember that one, Keystone?
Absolutely,
and that's when you were like, okay, this is insane. Like I've never seen this before. So yeah, we've had some crazy comms where he has definitely just blown our minds, really.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a wonderful time to be alive, guys. To be able to do these live shows, guys, with all of you being witnesses of this epic transition to greatness, guys, with Angel Magic. And again, the group is growing and growing and growing. We are, you know, bleeding out on all these other platforms, guys. And let's see how long we keep it up on YouTube. Let's just keep talking like we do. I will see if we get a strike or not, and then see if we can adjust. But again, guys, we love you all. And Angel Magic, happy birthday. Let's run through the tabs and then go into the Trump event and then start playing music for a beautiful Angel Magic, guys. Again, let me just quickly go through this. And again, we saw the Soros thing going on over here, right?
Demon and a devil. His sole focus is to destroy this constitutional republic. This constitutional republic. To destroy this constitutional republic.
And there it is, guys. This is what the drops were saying. Destroying America will be the culmination of my life's works. A quote directly by this monster, guys. Again, no deals again. Elon Musk is dropping crumbs at 10:06, saying rogue failure, POTUS decline, prepare at all costs, count your beats, no deals, guys. So again, he already met his maker, of course. There is a little video that Lance dropped, brother. Let's play this one. Do you want to lead this one in?
Sure. So Nikki Glaser opened up for the Golden Globe Awards, and funny enough, like and his name's gonna go right out the brain. Who was the guy that did the Golden Globes that just like tore them another one, right? Like what was
Ricky
his name?
Gervais, my favorite.
So he actually like mentored her on this one before she went on.
He did?
And he was basically telling her, like, just be you, right? Like, just go out there and get him. So this is just a small clip. I think she had about 30-minute monologue, which was, or maybe it was like 15 minutes. It was really good, though. But this was the part that I caught with Diddy.
Okay, guys. Enjoy.
And Challengers Girl, oh my God, it was so good. I mean, that movie was more sexually charged than Diddy's credit card. I mean, seriously. Oh, no, I know, I'm sorry. I'm upset, too. The after party's not going to be as good this year, but we have to move on. I know Stanley Tucci Freak-Off just doesn't have the same ring to it, but no baby oil this year, just lots of olive oil, okay? And Challengers Girl.
Wow, guys.
I'm like, what is she hitting at there?
Uh-huh. Oh my God.
I didn't know that Ricky Gervais actually instructed her. That was awesome.
You could definitely tell by if you watch like the whole monologue, she's definitely like she was getting people.
I did actually watch it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I mean, they're all onto the, obvious things, which is great. We need more of that.
The word is spreading, guys. The word is spreading.
Yes.
And there it is again. Elon Musk hitting at 212, dropping regarding Elon, where the drop is actually talking about Musk, right? You magnificent bastard. Q, read your book. Let me just quickly go through the tabs because we want to go into the Trump event, right? Still can't believe that Dodge is real, right? He's going lit. He's going activated, right? At 3:14 is saying, be the artist we know you are. It's about to break, guys. Dodge, the Department of Government Efficiency, guys. Trump dropping the air cue. So beautiful that the timestamp of Dan Scavino hit that same thing, right? Trump waving at the annons, right? At 14 days to go, guys. That beautiful drop 14. And there's the mirror of his timestamp, the 1494, saying, we are here for a reason. We are here to unite the core. You, right? Why did POTUS name the fake news as our biggest enemy? This is war. Will you answer? Will you fight? Will you defend? We will. And we are. You elected us to take back our country, our world. Enough is enough, guys. And this is the important part of this drop. You elected us to take back our country and our world. Enough is enough, guys. Trump is coming back. Dude, Trump is going to ride the Venus, guy.
You see the city reflection in the car?
Yeah. It's almost on the top of LA or something, right?
Right? Like you usually don't see the reflection.
Like you're looking over a city in the dark, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's almost like the gloom of an evening nightfall.
The lights.
With the street lights when you look down upon LA or something, right?
That's interesting considering what's going on right now.
Yeah. But again, yeah. So beautiful, guys. Let's move on to the next one. Let me see. So Trump is Dan Scavino is dropping this at 1434. We will fix it. Certified by Congress, guys. So Trump is certified by Congress. And this is being dropped at 2:34 and 02 seconds. Dclass is coming. Narrative shift in full force, right? As his military timestamp is saying, 1434. Rapid fire flood is coming, right? The narrative shift in full force. The UK and Australia assisted rogue elements of the US government to take down a duly elected candidate and president, guys. But now, Trump is being certified by Congress, and the flood is coming, and the narrative shift is in full force, guys. So beautiful how these times are syncing up. I'm moving quickly. There's a beautiful drop from our beloved sister Tiffany, guys. Give her a follow on Twitter, because her tweets are being throttled, as you guys know. Let me drop this on YouTube and all the other platforms, guys. So give her a sub over there and tell her Grasshopper sent you. Prince Andrew reported to the police for fake names used to set up private investment companies, guys. So the truth is getting out there. Trump is dropping, why has Mar-a-Lago become the capital of the world, guys? Beautiful, beautiful. And there it is, guys.
Joe.
Yeah, but have you seen this? This is crazy. Remember how Trump was saying, I promise not to do this to Greenland, right? A Trump hotel in the middle of Greenland. But I asked Grog, where was this picture? Where did Trump impose this hotel on, right? We know that this is how do you say that? Photoshop. I was asking Grog, so what part of Greenland is this? And then Grog told me this is Kulusuk. So I said, okay. And then I looked and I saw that there was an airport called QAnon and Q. So there's a QAnon Q, right? QAnon Q.
Huh.
So I thought, that's interesting. Let's see what is the distance between QAnon Q and Kulusuk, where this Trump Tower or Trump Hotel was placed by Trump. And it's exactly 1,700 kilometers or 918 nautical miles. What? Again, yeah. So there it is. This is crazy, guys.
Kidding.
And then I looked at the time, the day, that Trump dropped this on August 19th, 2019. And when Trump Force One was landing in actual Greenland, right? They landed in Greenland January 7th, 2025. So let's have a little look what the time in between August 19th, 2019 and January 7th, 2025 is. 1,968 days, but 74,000 hours and 170,035 seconds. But there's a 17 and there's a 47 and there's your 28 military intelligence, but 47, guys. So Trump is saying, as Mr. 45, I promise not to do this to Greenland, but he is president number 45. Now he is 47 and Trump Force One is landing in Greenland, guys. What is up? I don't know. This is funny, man.
I do love the meme there. It's freaking hilarious.
So, I promise not to do this, and now he comes out, man, like guns blazing, landing in Greenland, guys. So, a little funny thing, guys, that there's an airport called QAAN AAQ. Beautiful mirror, guys.
QAnac.
QAnac. Yeah.
Yeah,
QAnag.
QAnag.
Yeah, QAG.
Yeah, because that Q at the end almost looked like a G, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, guys. So let's move. Here is I guess, yes, I got the video over here.
It won't be long because Europe will be looking at us and we'll be looking at Trump. And by the way, I now see that when I talk about something with Donald Trump, whether we meet in person or we just have a call, all the European leaders always ask, how was it? This shows the influence of Donald Trump. And this has never happened before. With an American president, I tell you, from my experience, this also gives you confidence, that he can stop this war. It won't be long.
Stop this war, guys. From Zelensky, and big shout out to the Shure SMB guys. Beautiful mic. But
all
again,
I
guys,
seen was like a little bitty.
Yeah.
A little
DJ
bitty
T will
Zelensky
stop
looking
the
up to
war,
Trump
guys.
like, can you help me?
Yes, help me, help me.
Gosh, this
I've seen a
actor is
meme
like,
flash across my eyes.
Help me. Okay, so there it is, guys. 3:50 p.m. Trump is dropping this, and there's that beautiful mirror timestamp of 42:05. 42:05 gives you the comparison: Trump versus Hussein, right? This drop is saying the war is real. He is fighting for you, right? Interesting. But when you look at drop 350 over here, it's saying, remember, they never thought she was going to lose. Therefore, they never thought investigations or public interest into their criminal acts would be exposed or investigated. Therefore, they never thought they had anything to fear. And therefore, they openly showcased their symbolism. And therefore, they were sloppy. And it talks about Hussein last speech in Chicago regarding scandal-free, right? There it is, Hussein, guys. And there's that, as a backup, they only install those on the team. As a backup, they blackmail those that aren't. The fix has always been in. No matter which party won the election, JFK got killed, Reagan got shot. Trump as well, right? This was always the promise made to those who played the game, willingly or otherwise. They would never lose power. Power over what? Power over the three-letter agencies. This is why we had to go through these 4 years, for them to show what they will do with the power once they, got the election and got control over the Oval Office, what they would do with that power to go after Trump, weaponize those three-letter agencies against him, allegedly. We got to say that. I don't know why, guys. But, we're on YouTube. And, weaponize the three-letter agencies against him. And this is when the people said enough is enough, right? All these fake lawsuits against him, it just doesn't stop, right? And talking about those lawsuits, right? Over here, we got another article, I guess. No, we got, yeah. But, Trump is trying to stop that lawsuit against him coming Friday. But again, they will not stop at anything, guys. There is, and congratulations, Derfman, by the way, for this happening, guys. I forgot to, let me see, did I post that video? No, I did not. Okay. So there's Trudeau saying that he's going to resign. And Elon Musk is posting this at 7:43 in the morning, guys. 7:43 talks about the family and the careers, the inner circle. They were born into the circle, guys. Investigate those in front of the camera who scream the loudest. These people are really stupid. The end is near. The media cleanse, JFK, guys. So what I'm sharing with you today is that I'm resigning. The end is near, guys. Investigate those in front of the camera who scream the loudest. They were born into the circle. And when you know, guys, regarding this dude, right? Yeah, there's the Supreme Court that Trump is trying to stop on Friday, right? Big shout out again to Tiffany for pulling this up. He files an emergency petition to the U.S. Supreme Court to prevent sentencing in New York versus Trump on Friday, guys. For what? For a legal expense, guys. For a legal expense and for a non-disclosure agreement that all of us have, They tried to frame this as hush money, but this is just a legal expense. But again, there is, remember how the crumbs ended with let me see, guys, with Soros over here. There it is. Remember how our previous crumbs ended with this? This is what Trump is doubling down, guys. He's dropping at 1400, retruthing a tweet from Elon. So that's a new thing that's going on. Trump is retruthing tweets from Elon on Truth. Again, so a little funny thing over here. But again, he talks about GS, right? And this guy is dressed up as Hades, guys. The Grim Reaper. And 1400 is saying there's no bigger threat to them than the public being awake and thinking for themselves. Why are we here, right? What is a common theme when bad news is about to break against them, guys? And there it is. There it is. And let's not call names over here.
Hey,
and there is
Hopper, sorry. Before we move on from that one.
Yeah, this is the same one where Elon is talking about the same guy. And Trump is making sure to drop this at 1401. And 1401 is saying the same thing and mentioning D5, guys. Derfman has a crumb. Drop it in the chat.
Here it comes. It's regarding that same Trump post.
All right.
Yeah, so
Sorry, so just quick question for Canadians.
Mhm.
So Trump resigned. Sorry, Trump. Trudeau resigned. So then does he stay there until when and why?
Well, this is very vague because I haven't dove into this, but from what I've seen, it seems like he is. I think in one of his speeches, he might have said that he's intending on stepping down.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's some rumor about him maybe proroguing the government for a couple of months. So I'm not sure if that means that he's keeping his job that way for a little while longer. I know there's something about some of the leaders of some of the parties that are waiting to get their pensions. So there's some of that at play. And quite honestly, I mean, it looks nice, but let's wait and see a little bit what develops.
Right.
But you have to understand that he went to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump had a talk with him. So you gotta trust the plan a little bit like that, because that Trump is not taking. When Trump said something to you, you're gonna do it, right? So that little boy is just gonna act to whatever Trump is telling him to do. So something is going to happen, guys, and whatever it is, it will be.
Not to mention, it's not a coincidence that he's announcing it now, even if, reluctantly, but the timing is quite interesting, to be honest, because, he could have done it over all these years as people hate him, but it happened right after he visited Mar-a-Lago. So, yeah, I do think that Trump is in control in this sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm definitely trusting the plan. There's no doubt about it. After the last year and a half? It's already been a year and a half since that May 2023, fingers crossed post.
Yeah.
A year and a half, guys.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Wow. Anyways.
And how beautiful that Dan Scavino opened today's show at 12:24. Dan Scavino yet again. I can't stress enough how much we love you and how much we appreciate, these continued validations of the Q drops, guys. And again, we had that drop regarding coincidence after coincidence, right? Let me just mention that again. There it is. Coincidence after coincidence. Let me just read this drop because we love Dan Scavino. We established a series of proofs for this specific reason. Undeniable, unpredictable, coincidence after coincidence, growth due to confirmations, real sources communicating with the people, unrestricted and together, guys. So again, Dan Scavino and the team, we love you guys. Thank you so much. It's an honor to do these shows. And we just can't wait to go live for the next time. Again, a big shout out to everybody watching here, guys. This is just a blessing to do. And, we owe it all to them. These shows are only as good as the crumbs that they're putting out there. And boy, are they spoiling this. Derfman, you got the mic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, go right ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead, Derfman.
No.
Well, I just had a little side note. So regarding the fires going on, which there's the Getty and they talk about tunnels and all that stuff, right? And so somebody actually posted this drop, which I retweeted, drop 381, which says, hang on, I'll quote, we won't telegraph our moves to the enemy. We will, however, light a fire to flush them out. Now, I don't know if that is related, but I did find it interesting as I never realized about this drop. I mean, I forgot about this drop, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But I found it very interesting. So, yeah, that was just something that...
Absolutely, yeah. And also think about this, right? Morning sun brings heat, right? So fire equals heat. And putting the light on them, right? Putting the emphasis on what they're doing with the P. Diddy stuff, is also lighting a fire, right? Like, they have to come out, they have to think about what is happening with the DNC, how they were, fooling everybody, and everybody within the DNC is coming out. They're putting a fire under them, right? Putting the spotlight on them, and they're moving away because they don't want to be associated with that stuff anymore, right? You see the same thing happen a little bit in the mainstream media, right? Where they're, interviewing, Racklin and everything. Like they gotta come out and stay relevant, right? Cover some of the news out there, even though they try to how do you say that? Make it look bad or something like that. But again, they have to do something, right? Morning sun brings heat, and we will light a fire to flush them out, and that can be taken literally as well. So interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to mention that. Go ahead, Derf. Sorry.
No worries. Got you. Derf, take it away.
Yeah, no worries at all. So what I found interesting on this one was first the middle of that timestamp, 4002. It's a drop that gives us a link to an article regarding George Soros.
Oh, wow.
And it talks about coincidence, Soros invests February 14th. Right? And then
beautiful.
Just the 14, if we scroll down a little bit.
Yes.
And you guys will see how, I try to make it obvious that I cut it up, right? This is not the entire drop. So towards the bottom of it, you've got what happens if Soros I'm funded operations. If Soros funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism. So the fact that it's mentioning Soros, right? And then you've got the time that Elon actually posted.
Yeah.
So he posted at 8:56 p.m. And you mirror that, you get 6:58. 6:58 says Freedom Day, freedom. And what's going on there? The Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Nice one, dude. This is a good one. Well done. Well done, Derf. Dude, well done. Well done, my friend. That's a decode, man. That's a decode. Talking about a name, drops are talking about that same name, talking about the reason why they're talking about it, and why they are allowed to operate, And there it is, the Freedom Day, guys. Boom. Well done. Well done, Derfman. This brings us to the end, I guess, from the tabs that we have. And now we are ready to go into the press conference from Donald J. Trump. Or Derfman wants to show us something.
I do have one or two more. We can do this quick. We want to get to the party, right? So.
I've still got 2 hours to go, and the rally is gonna last at least 2 hours, so it leaves us a few minutes to play music. Skittle brother, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome. Oops. Oh, Canada. Awesome.
Oh, Canada, guys. So you remember about a month ago? Yeah, Trump posting at 4:32 p.m. And that was right, if I remember correctly, just as we were about to go live, right?
Yeah.
So he posted again yesterday, "Oh Canada."
Mm-hmm.
And what I decided to do was look at the time in between, or the difference, I should say, between December 3rd, 2024 and January 7th, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. Did I post the wrong one? Hold on. I'm sorry. Give me just a quick second. I am so sorry. How did I mess that up? Just give me a quick second. You know what? I'm just gonna have to drop it in my comments. Post my reply. Can't believe I did this. Okay. Just to let you know. Okay, you can refresh. That was another one I did. I didn't think much of it. All right, guys. So the difference between December 3rd and January 7th is 1 month and 4 days, or exactly 5 weeks, or 5 weeks and 0 days,
Mm-hmm.
or exactly 35 calendar days.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I cut up drop 14, as you guys can see. I think this one ends with, how is POTUS always 5 steps ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Drop 14, I got that from the 1 month and 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look right under it, the 5 weeks. I looked at drop 5. And what do you know? You got the Canadian Prime Minister mentioned here, right?
Mm-hmm. And it
Trump
talks
is
about
posting.
this dude, right?
Oh, yes, it is. Look at that. Makes a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also highlighted drop 35 for the calendar days, pretty much because it starts off with POTUS, but it's also the first drop that ends with 41020.
Mm-hmm.
And we see 41020 December 3rd at 4:32 p.m. with that Canadian flag, looking at the Rockies, right?
Yeah.
Now, aside from the 5 weeks, I also looked at drop 50, 5 weeks and 0 days. This one says, big drop. How did North Korea obtain uranium? How did Iran obtain uranium?
Mm-hmm.
So I actually, on the side here, I posted drops 46, 48, and 2217. And the reason for that is drop 46 mentions, why is the information regarding Barack Obama important regarding Uranium One and export approval to Canada to the EU, right? And then drop 48, I cut it up because it's a bit of a big one, and it says, who would have the goods on U1, Uranium One? What did Russia reset really provide? Clearance pathway to complete the Uranium One deal? Why is the Canadian Prime Minister so important? They never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. We're right around, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then 2217 was in the middle of a Q&A session, and an anon posted, Trudeau, anything? And Q's response was, billionaires 187, Five Eyes, Safety House build, Uranium One, funnel from Canada to, not Twitter, guys.
No.
But, whatever destination.
Fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah.
Like
Iran,
we've seen
North
over
Korea,
here,
etc.
Canada to Europe, right? And from Europe to, fill in the blanks. let your let your imagination run wild, and think about the Clinton Foundation, and how they sold the intel, and this is how it all run, guys, and Trudeau had to show up at Mar-a-Lago to have a little talk with the boss, like in just days after he resigned.
Did you say Turdo?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
never
well known
heard
as
that
Trudeau,
one.
right? That's his true name, by the way.
No, you said Turdo.
Yeah.
Trudeau.
You,
Trudeau.
you simply inverse the U and the R, and
Trudeau.
there's this proper name.
Yeah,
I never heard that one before. That's funny.
Oh,
I'm
pushing hard for it.
he's well known as Trudeau, guys. It's
Yes.
Okay, guys.
If you wanna back out of that one, I don't know if you want to take a quick look at the one that was posted above it, or yeah, that one. It's not much. He posted at 7:26 and 19, 26:19, saying, "Do we have the gold? Yes, gold shall destroy the Fed." Now, it's not exactly, it's a very faint shade of yellow, but I thought it was close enough, right? So I just made that one right quick. And
Gold, always believe in your soul. Beautiful, man. We love it. United States, do we have the gold? Gold shall destroy the Fed. Precious monies, guys. Precious metals, guys. Take it to the bank. Literally, guys. So let's see the ultimate Q proof. What is this? These are the proofs. Okay, so this one can go. This one can go. Let me see. Let me clean it up a little bit. So we got this one. So we do have.
Did we do the Trump coming soon from Scavino? It might be nice.
Hey, Grass. I had another one too that I wanted you to look at. The one I was saying he was talking about. He reposted it about someone talking about Bibi. That was the post. You can go into QAG. It's there. Scroll down. That one.
This one.
Yep.
The war in Syria, and you may actually hear from grown-up reporters who are lying through their teeth or ignorant beyond imagining that, oh, the war in Syria, yes, Russia intervened in Syria. Well, do you know that that Obama tasked the CIA to overthrow the Syrian government, starting 4 years before Russia intervened? What kind of nonsense is that? And how many times did the New York Times report on Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the presidential order to the CIA to overthrow Bashar al-Assad? 3 times in 10 years. This is not democracy. This is a game. And it's a game of narrative. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Well, first of all, it was completely phony pretenses. It wasn't, oh, we were so wrong, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They actually did focus groups in the fall of 2002 to find out what would sell that war to the American people. Abe Schultzky, if you want to know the name of the PR genius. They did focus groups on the war. They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you. Because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way. But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on. These are not even sensible terms.
Well done, Lance. Beautiful clip.
Like that, for him to repost that, he knows, right? Don't think that just because he's sitting next to him that they're buddy, right? Like he knows.
And again,
and that's why he didn't have to say it, right? He finds posts that they're talking about it, and then boop, repost. So I think that's a huge one. We got the CIA overthrowing, just that one video says so much on us on like what's to come, right? Like,
absolutely.
That
there it is, guys. He drops this at 350 as well. 350. That, again, is saying, shall we play a game? They never thought she was going to lose, and they never thought investigations of public interest into their criminal acts will be exposed or investigated. Therefore, they thought they had anything to fear and openly showcased their symbolism, and therefore they were sloppy, arrogant, right? As a backup, they only installed those on the team, and as a backup, they blackmailed those that aren't. As a backup, they defined conspiracy theory as crazy and mentally unstable, and labeled anything true as such. The fix has always been in. No matter which party won the election, JFK got killed and Reagan got shot, as well did Trump, right? This was always the promise made to those who played the game, willingly or otherwise. They would never lose power over the three-letter agencies, the intelligence agencies. And just let that ring in your mind what that means, right? So now let's back out and just let this one sit and marinate for a little bit, guys. Let me see. Yes, guys. So we really need to go to that press conference because this is lasting 2 hours, and we still got. If we're gonna run through this, I still got 2 hours to go until my girlfriend comes home. So you had one of I don't know, Derf?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did have a couple other ones, but maybe we'd want to go to the speech, and if we have time afterward, we can go through those.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Okay, guys. So let's clean this one up. We love you, Trump. We love you, Trump. Dan Scavino. Let's see, guys. Let's go to Twitter because. Oops. Okay, I think I gotta go to Twitter again. Let's go to Twitter. Let's go to RSBN. And let's look at the beautiful press conference of Donald J. Trump. Filled to the brim with crumbs, guys. So let's pull this one out. Let's blow this one up. And let's go, guys.
Sponsors, All Family Pharma.
Yes, it is such a wonderful new sponsor.
Let me line
that
everything
we have
up
here at
perfectly,
Right Side
guys.
Broadcasting. And we have to be careful. You might have heard reports of this HMPV virus coming out of China, of all places. We've seen this become somewhat of a regular story in recent years, but also the bird flu. There's one case now that is confirmed in the United States. But with ivermectin in high demand and this new virus like HMPV.
Okay, let's see how we can go to Trump going live.
Of course, it did go Russian and the economic.com.
You can get of how fake. And
besides what, and we're just so great
that he was very
okay. There it is.
Truth and not based in lies.
Right. There, those and that he had a job at risk to lead their mom. How many times?
So let me see. There he is.
Okay. Who has been?
So there he is. He enters the stage. The door goes open, guys, at 11:25 in the morning in the Eastern Standard Time, guys. So let me pull in the chat because you know that we love you. We love you guys. Let me line this one up. Let me do it like this, guys. Let me do it. Yeah, let's do it like this. Gonna do it like this. Okay, guys. Let's go like this. So we got both of you guys over here.
Can I just say how amazing it is that we get to decode a Trump presser, right? With our first YouTube
Absolutely.
day. Like,
And-
so cool. So
and
cool.
and it's the first one of the year.
Absolutely.
That too.
So it's
yeah.
it's perfect.
Yep.
Perfectly
I mean, it's the
lined up.
first-
And,
yeah,
and
first
also
presser, right?
on the birthday of our beloved Angel Magic, guys.
Yes.
So
Beautiful.
this Decode show is dedicated to you, beautiful soul. You lit up our world when we met you, sister. We love you to the moon and back. What a beautiful soul she has been. How hard she has worked on the back channels, guys. You won't believe how important Angel Magic is for our beloved movement. And sister, you will go down in history as one of those incredible great ones. Strapman Pigs, brother, great to see you on Twitter, on YouTube. Sorry, guys. Still gotta get used to YouTube. Again, guys, let's go in. Trump is coming out at 11:25, and 11:25 is saying FBI is burning the midnight oil. It's happening, right? There it is. Beautiful. Trump is coming in at 11:25 and is saying it's happening, guys. So let's go. Mrs. Mainframe Destroyer, welcome. Rolf Whistler, Miss Penny Black, we love you guys. Mary Carmel is with us. Mouse High Happy Sister, we love you. Let's go to this press conference of Donald J. Trump, starting at 11:25, and 11:25 is saying it's happening.
A lackluster Secretary of State. Ooh, there we are.
Oops,
Let's go
there
to
we
monologue
are.
right
It's
now.
happening.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. Many things are happening that are exciting.
Boom!
Whoa.
From the get-go, guys.
No way.
From the
Yes.
get-go. From the get-go, guys. Trump is entering at 11:25 saying it's happening. And Trump is saying a lot of things are happening. Wait a minute, guys.
I told you it's
We
a good
don't
one.
have
I didn't
any
even see the
subtitles, huh?
beginning. Great.
Do we have any subtitles here?
No.
No,
I don't
okay.
think so.
Okay.
No.
Okay, guys. So Trump is saying this. 11:25, guys. 11:25 is saying it's happening. And the first sentence of Donald J. Trump is saying it's happening, guys. 11:25, it's happening. Trump is making sure to say his first sentence, it's happening.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. Many things are happening that are exciting, very exciting for our country. And we're honored to welcome one of the most respected business leaders in the Middle East, indeed the world. He's a founder and chairman
This is
of
very important.
Damac Properties, Hussein Sejwani.
Again, guys, and even 11:26 also has that same drop in there, right? 11:26 answers to drop 11:25 that is
Yep.
saying it's happening. A clean house is very important. And where is he? He is in Mar-a-Lago, the center
Winter White
of
House.
the universe, guys. The center of the universe, the epicenter of the world, guys. So the capital of the world. Trump, I love you, man. Okay, guys, let's continue. It's happening, guys. Boom.
Very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that Damac will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election. I can tell you a lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from 100 to $200 billion. And we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly, and some don't. And they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sun Belt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with
National security laws.
AI. In particular, the first
the
phase
plan.
of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's
20
been
billion,
amazing
guys.
news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in U.S. to very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury
20
units
and a 45.
and another
There you go.
45,000 in the pipe.
Okay, you want to look that up? 2045.
Oh, I don't know. He just said 20 and 45, right? Like, whoa, that's
Okay, 20.
And you know, he just said they've been waiting 4 years. What?
Yeah, beautiful, right?
We all
Okay,
know what 2045 is.
2045, huh?
I found Q.
Dude, no way.
Elon.
Coming soon, huh?
Ah.
All right. Wait a minute.
Did he say
guys.
that guy's name is Hussein?
He
Uh-huh.
did.
Nah.
Dude, 2045, guys. We were waiting soon, guys. Huh. That's funny. 2045, guys. Okay. Let's listen to that one more time, guys.
Flying.
Look how Trump's looking at him,
more
too.
than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units countries around the world. Large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units
Hussein,
and another
soon.
45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, in Asia, Europe, and Middle East. And we're very, very excited now with his leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to U.S. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment. And we're planning to invest $20 billion and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man
By the way,
knows
I'm
what he's
sorry.
doing.
Yes, sir.
I just want to mention it. And thank you, Janet John, for letting us know that Trump posted at 14:09 and 41 seconds. And it hasn't been scraped yet, so just wanted to let you know that he posted about 10 minutes ago.
Hey, Grass.
Yes.
You like how he came back on and said, and that man knows what he's talking about.
Uh-huh. And he talks about the January 20th, right? This guy talked about a lot of 20s. So that's
did.
interesting. 10 minutes ago, guys. 1409. So let's see, 1409. Let's see, 1409. Okay. We are everywhere, Anon. Okay. 209. Barack Obama scuttled the shuttle program. Okay, and isn't he investing in those interesting.
He knows. So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you
What time did Trump post that at?
invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the
Down she
quagmire of
goes.
environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion
check this
or
out.
more, and we'll do this for people.
I posted this at 1:46.
What? Okay.
Look, I said I can't wait. Can't wait for Trump. And what did he post?
He posted, I can't wait till January 20th.
Oh. Can't wait till January 20th. And Lance just posted, I can't wait for Trump. FJB. Okay. All right. That's
Dude.
interesting, guys. Check this out. Boom.
What's up, Trump?
What's up, Trump? Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for Trump. I can't wait for January 20th. So Trump also can't wait, right?
That's right.
To become sworn in as Mr. 47. Well done, Lance.
I mean, that's
Beautiful,
word for
my
word.
friend. Yeah. Can't wait for Trump. Boom time.
And
We love you guys.
and the mirror action going on, right? 140941. Like he posted it at 140941.
Oh,
The mirror going on with 14 and the 41.
okay. There. Yeah. Interesting.
Shout out to Lance.
Shout out to Lance, brother. The man in the mirror, guys. The man in the mirror. We love you guys. Thank you so much, Trump. And Lance, epic job, man.
I love you, President Trump.
We guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process.
Down she goes.
Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw
12, 13, what?
it with
13, 14.
We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14,
12, 13.
I think he was about to
Oh,
say
there's
12,
Hussein, guys.
12,
There's
13,
Hussein.
14, 15.
Yeah. So 12, 13 is Hussein diddling with Maggie Nixon. 13, 14
13, 14.
and 14, 15. Okay, future comms, guys. On the ready.
Justice.
Boom time. And then 14, 15. Oh, now comes the pain, guys. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
23.
And there it is, man. There's the whole shenanigans going on, guys. Look at what he's tweeting. If the FBI and DOJ was infiltrating a campaign for the benefit of another campaign, I don't know what it is, but if it is, it's a really big deal, you know? And there it is, guys. Drain the swamp, guys. There it is. Boom. They thought it was coming yesterday. They were wrong, guys. Follow the pen. Follow the executive orders. And Trump is coming back, guys. You better believe it. It's gonna be epic, guys. Trump, we love you. 12 days to go. Are you ready?
15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. They were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it. And they were
14 and a half years, guys. We all know what drop 14 is, right? Drop 14, you know? What needed to be completed to engage military intelligence over those 3-letter agencies, right? What is Trump just talking about over here, right? With the, what was that again? 14, 15, right? What needed to be completed to engage military intelligence over the other 3-letter agencies? This, right? If this was proven that these guys were doing this, you know, they said that Trump was crazy for saying this, right? They did not infiltrate. They did not spy on him. He's crazy. He's lying. That's all Russia propaganda. Well, he's your president now, right? And now, you know, remember those Trump. Did Trump ever made a statement that did not end up being proven correct, right? Now we can actually see that the Biden DOJ actually went out of their way to weaponize, you know, to get after Trump, to get those, because he declassified the Russiagate files, right? That was never allowed to go out. But Trump as a president said, you know what, I'm going to declassify it and I'm going to bring it with me to Mar-a-Lago. And then the guy said, well, you got to do better locks on there, you know, even though Biden was having it in his garage and others were having it in Chinese restaurants and everybody could just walk in and out, you know, like, you know, it just in boxes everywhere. Like nobody doesn't care. But Trump had to put bigger locks on his door. And Mar-a-Lago is like a castle, guys. You know, I had a friend once that drove in there, you know, just out of accident, you know, and it was guns were drawn. Person had to back out of the Mar-a-Lago, right? That place is well protected, you know. And even though Trump had to gotta have bigger locks on the door, he did it. And even though he had the Presidential Records Act, he was, you know, allowed to declassify it, they went out of their way, to kick in his door to obtain those records from him, right? To make you see that, hey, whatever Trump declassified is of this importance that they are incriminating themselves, right? By using deadly force, allowing them to use deadly force to get documents out of his hand that he was allowed to have. Now look at the other side, where they were having classified documents they were not allowed to have, right? So, but why didn't he stand trial? Because he was not cognitively impaired enough to do so, right? So then why was he president to begin with? Because the deep state doesn't care who is in the Oval as long as they control his hand and the pen that he's writing the executive orders with, right? This is why they hate Trump, because they do not control him. This is what happened when POTUS does not sell out. They hate it, right? And all these idiots that are repeating that stuff, right? Like Trump is this, Trump is that, Trump is a racist. Talking points, guys. 4 a.m. talking points, and it's time to turn the ship around, guys. Now comes the pain. Now comes the pain, guys. 12 days to go. Are you ready for the return of 4 years of winning, guys? I am smiling. I guess you are too. Let's continue with this. Yes.
Before we move on, he said 14 and a half, right?
Yeah. 14.
That would be 145.
145. Yeah. Okay. 145.
And I think he said 1 before that, before 14. But look, 14 and a half.
Okay.
It's not a game.
Yes, absolutely. Not a game. How many coincidences before you believe? Biggest inside drop in the history of the world. So, and you say 1145, right? Let's see what that is.
I believe so.
Trust POTUS, Sparrow Red, missile only, Intel good. Okay.
And then you would have 114, because I'm pretty sure he said 1 and then 14 and a half.
Okay, U.S. military, savior of mankind. We will never forget. Fantasyland, God save us all. Okay, guys. So
Alice in Wonderland.
Yes, Alice in Wonderland. Who the F is Alice, right?
We're going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played. And much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing.
I was actually looking for that drop, the 1130, when they were saying that Zuckerberg is gonna make Facebook better, right? That was the drop I was looking for. Like these mother.
Yeah, 1130, guys.
Administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to rage, and interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people and that they voted for. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And they're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. They have places where they're still counting votes. President Biden's actions yesterday on offshore drilling, banning offshore drilling.
He said 10
will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill.
Absolutely. Drop 10, right?
Yep. Drop
the
10.
FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation. You know, why did Comey drop this? Who was the director of the FBI during the Haiti crisis and how many kids disappeared? How much money was sent to the Clinton Foundation under the disguise of Haiti relief and actually went to Haiti? What countries donated big money and why? Again, you know, the cash that that they sent, you know, because they could not repay, right? How much was owned by accepting, and how the and when she lost, how would this be repaid, right? Well, they took care of it right over here. And again, good people were forced into bed with evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself, helping to cover for such evil and despicable acts, if given a safe way out? These people worship Satan, and some openly show it, guys. Drop 10, really important.
We're going to be drilling in a lot of other locations, and the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level, and that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam.
We are active.
All this money, trillions of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window, what they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now. They're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all, if it's certified under the Green New scam. And they don't work, and it's too expensive.
There's drop 10 for you.
And, you know, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, you know, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And
Hashtag
the
17.
press made such a big deal out of them, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. You know, when they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot.
Boom.
That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that.
Oh, yes. The whole world is watching,
It took
guys.
work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel. You took a look at that attack on October 7th, the attack on Israel. With the horrible way they got out, not the fact that they got out, I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them. The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end. And we have a great military. I defeated ISIS, as you know. We were in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled.
Sorry?
He said 3,000.
Is that a good drop?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Doubled up with two, and we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled up with two armies. We had one army.
So he said 3,000?
We're in no wars. I just finished a couple.
Yeah.
And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have.
He said 5,000? Okay, so 3,000 and then 5,000. Okay. So 3,000. Let's see. Okay. Keep the calendar updated, Patriots. Future proofs past.
Would have been gobbled up with two armies.
And he's
We had one
talking about
army,
the past.
300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And
we don't have 5,000 drops.
we did a
guys.
great job, and we're going to do an even
Say
better
5,600.
job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million acres,
625.
people can't realize that's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And that's our strength, you know? People can say we manufacture, we don't manufacture. The thing we have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. And we're going to have more of it, too. But they took
confirm,
away
guys.
625 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts, but if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you, because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics.
You guys
but we've
can
never
read,
had
right?
that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And
who's that guy with that purple robe? I remember that. Who was that guy?
The executioner? What?
Yeah, but you know, I remember one of those pictures on Twitter regarding a guy in a purple robe. Who was that again?
Well, that was Jack Smith.
Ah, really? Yes. Huh. Interesting, guys.
I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They play the ref.
You have it all.
They go and say
You
horrible
certainly
things
do.
about judges and prosecutors. And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for it. And I don't know her. And never met her until the case, and I don't believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant. And her opinion was so brilliant that they dropped their appeal. They couldn't beat the appeal. So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk. Everything they do is talk. We're going to have a smooth transition. And then they take 625 million acres and they essentially landmark it so you can't ever drill there again. Well, we're going to be drilling soon. We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember, when
let's see. Yes, that's the dude. Yeah, that's him. Huh. Executioner, huh? Interesting. Weird dude.
Interesting that he
Look
said
at this
that, huh?
dude, man. With his purple robe. Huh.
I caught my ear yesterday when I was listening. I was like, the executioner, he shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like, what?
Yeah.
What are you?
Well done,
like?
Lance.
Huh?
This dude, man, not okay. Scary dude, man. Scary dude.
Creepy.
and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday.
And we know
I
what the
couldn't believe
purple
the
robe
size of it. I
represents,
mean,
right?
What?
Oh, the purple robe,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just
Many,
like what
many of those in DC and around the world worship. ... Right.
Dot.
Some openly show it. Right. Scary dude, man.
you put down a map and put this up, it's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, 40 to 50 trillion dollars. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken 50 trillion dollars. So if we owe 35 trillion, he's taken 50 trillion dollars of value and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which was in many ways worse, it's hard to believe it can be worse. He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants to he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric.
Dry heat, guys.
And the source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They work much better. They look much better. 60% of homes and apartments have gas heaters. He wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven. And they want to do no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long, you know. No water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes weird, especially in certain areas. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher.
Hydrogen is plentiful
almost
in
none.
the universe, guys.
And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, keep it going. They end up using more water. Likewise, washing machines. They want in your washing machine.
He wants a flood, guys. You know, drip to flood. Flood is coming, right? They want a drip. No. Trump wants a flood, guys. The floodgates are getting opened.
to have very little water coming out of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th, we'll turn the economy around very quickly, because right now we are, when I think of our economy, I think about inflation. That's what we have. We have inflation, I believe, at a level that we never had before. There's never been anything like it. And over the next 4 years, the United States is going to take off like a rocket ship.
Boom.
But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion.
Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. Look at this. So he was talking about the drip and the flood, right? At 11:43. And this drop is saying, my fellow incarnated extraterrestrials, how could I have forgotten this crumb? And I just glance over this. But when you look at this, it talks about, you know, the U.S. being connected to the rest of the world, right? There it is. Boom. Understand one simple fact, that the U.S. is connected to the rest of the world. Knowing that, understanding by default, if certain intel was released, it would cause worldwide mass suffering. We share the idea of open source, but value life and must take based decisions on outcome and containability, right? So drip, drip, we want more water. We need more of the information to come out there, right? But again, the drip is too slow. We need to open the faucet. We still got to control it. You know, we don't want the faucet to break and a continuous flow of stuff coming out there, you know, that would drain your house and your carpet, and, you know, all your wooden things would just bend out of shape. You know, we want to control it. But again, we got to, you know,
This is so true, though, because, you know, understand, what did it say? Understand that the US is connected to the whole world.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have people in X or whatever, and they say, what do you care about the US and our politics? And, you know, and then F off because, you know, it's not your country. And I'm like, well, you know, the whole world literally depends on the US right now. So, in a way, right? Because we're all connected, and it's very important to know this. And yeah, you know, we want America to thrive at all costs, because if America thrives, then the rest of the world will as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the US is connected to the rest of the world, and understanding that, right? And again, deals were made, right, with certain countries to say, okay, we're going to have this transition to greatness. But again, you got to work with us. So certain deals were made, you know, for some people to go off stage in a certain way without, you know, with preserving their legacy, so to say, right? And you know, but not the HRCs, right? Those people will get the full brunt of the stick. But again, let's be careful what we say over here, because we're streaming on YouTube.
Dollars. I think it'll be 200. He said between
Well, that's why
100.
Trump
I said,
said
how
the
about
world's
making
been on fire, right?
Because
he did say that. He's like, the world's been on fire since I left, right? Like, and it has.
Absolutely.
Wars everywhere, right? The whole middle, like, he just made the Abraham Accords before he left, and then, what? Not a year later, not a year later after he takes office, right? Boop.
Yeah. Giving Iran billions of dollars, and, you know, Trump was making the truth. You know, okay, within weeks you will see a war break out in the Middle East, and there it is, guys. You know, follow the money, right?
Get a 200, and he sort of said yes, but let's say it's last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points It's not a 41. It went up 41 points, and that's the
Yeah.
largest in the 39-year
crumbs.
history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying, what am I doing here? They go in and they invest money. But it's good to know where the smartest business people in the world are investing, and they're investing in the United States. So we've done this all in 2 months of not being there. You know, we haven't been there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty amazing, and we think we're going to do some really
Hey, Grass, can you pause it
great
for a sec?
things.
Yes.
He said 39, and 39 lines up with this drop that's going on right now.
Okay, Barack Obama.
And the missiles. See, nuclear and missile capabilities.
Mm-hmm. Missile capabilities. And 11, you were talking about 11:45, right?
Yeah, and it's
The timestamp.
11:45 right
Yeah.
now.
Missile only, Intel good, Sparrow red, Trust POTUS. And at the timestamp of 11:45, he mentions 39, and 39 talks about the missile capabilities, right? And we still got this nuclear device being lost, right? That is roaming around the United States somewhere, and nobody knows exactly where it is, right? Huh. Big picture is rare. So interesting.
And look,
guys.
isn't that what the drop's saying right there? Why after BO left office, all of a sudden NK has nukes and the tech to miniaturize
Yeah.
for payload delivery within the U.S. What did
Mhm.
you just say? What are they
Yeah.
looking for?
Yep.
That's crazy right there.
Looking, guys. Okay.
And then it's saying, what about,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Etc. All confirming tech won't be in place for the next 5 years.
Statements made back in 2016. Interesting.
Why is
5
all of
steps
this
ahead.
relevant?
Yep.
Big picture is rare.
Interesting, guys.
Makes
you think, huh? Interesting.
Man, like they know, right? Like that's.
Mm-hmm. This was back in 2017, man. Wow. November. Huh.
Future proofs past.
Really great things. We're being
Absolutely.
respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing
Jimmy
to
Carter,
do.
guys.
You know, it's the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today.
He talks about
We
showers.
lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But
And 38, right? He talks about 38, and 38 talks about escorts in the Pacific, you know,
Panama.
to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition, right? And there it says, prepared messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms, the calm before the storm, guys. So interesting that he talks about the Panama Canal and those mosquitoes killing a lot of people, right? And it's this
Yeah,
drop is
Bill
talking
Gates.
about to prevent the other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Interesting, guys. Think logical about the timing of everything happening. Increased military movement. Starting tomorrow. The calm before the storm. Interesting. 38. Panama Canal and the mosquitoes, guys. Given away by Jimmy Carter. And we all know what his previous occupation was, right? Right? Right?
5x5.
Okay. So that's being said, let's continue with this epic speech.
But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries.
And there's the ships,
wow.
man. And
There
the
it is. He
Navy.
talks about the effing Navy, man.
There it was.
There is 38, guys. He just mentions 38, and he talks about the Navy. 4 carriers,
Oh.
escorts in the Pacific, guys. Boom.
Man.
He just said 38, guys. Let's see that
They
one more
laugh at
time.
us because we lost 38,000 people.
Boom. No, one more time.
Substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people.
38,000, guys. 38. There it is. Drop 38. And let's listen what Trump is saying.
Think of it. 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries.
Boom. 4 carriers, escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Russia and China. Ha, the calm before the storm, guys. 38, guys. This is why you're watching these shows, guys. There's a method behind the madness, guys. Lance, this is a good one, man. Well
Man.
done. Yeah.
We've caught
And
the
he's-
subs, now the ships. Like,
Dude. No. Look at this drop. This talks about those fighter jets, man.
oh yeah.
The missiles, man. Look at this. It talks about 2 USAV B-1 Lancer bombers launched 90 missiles, guys. Castle Online, prevent at all cost. Sparrow Red, authentication B-19. -2, night 4, increased chatter, guys. Increased chatter. There it is. Night 4. Authentication B-19. Good. Castle Online, guys. Mackenzie.
Wasn't Sparrow Red a code name? What's it called? Secret Service name from somebody?
Oh, I don't know.
Wasn't that JFK or? Let me look it up.
Yeah. You can look it up on it's on the web. All those code names for those previous presidents. I don't think Sparrow Red was, but Iron Eagle is, I guess. Trust a plan. April showers, guys. Interesting that he talks about those faucets before, right? Do you believe in coincidences, guys? Huh.
They laugh at us because they think we're stupid, but we're not stupid anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they morally violated it also. And they want our help because it's leaking and not in good repair. And they want us to give $3 billion to help fix it.
JFK's
I said,
code
well, why
name
don't you
was
get the
Lancer.
Lancer, yeah. Lance.
Which in that
Oh,
drop,
Epic
dude?
Quest. What?
That's in that drop. It says Lancer, the bomber.
My effing mouse
money
doesn't want to
from
work.
China because China's
Wait a minute. My mouse doesn't want to work. It doesn't want to scroll down. That bitch. Okay. Wait a minute.
So the Red Sparrow was actually a movie about a spy in the CIA.
Yeah.
So
Why doesn't my mouse want to work? Damn.
maybe a surface.
No, it's the roller. It doesn't want to scroll. Damn thing. It doesn't want to scroll.
Oh.
Damn. What's going on here?
Sticky foods.
No. Okay, but okay, the Lancer, guys. Beautiful. So Lancer was the code name for
JFK.
Okay. Interesting.
basically taken it over. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal. And they come to see this Biden, this guy who should never have been allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. It had to be two people, not one. But they want $3 billion to fix the Panama Canal that's run by China and makes a lot of money, China. one of the most profitable structures ever built because you have ships lined up back to Florida, frankly, and they just keep going through, and the numbers are staggering.
The
Half a
Joy,
million to
welcome,
$1 million
Jay
a
Tron.
ship.
We love you guys.
And they took it away from us.
Coming
meaning
soon
we
to
gave
a
it to 'em
theater
for
near you
$1.
guys.
But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've charged us, they've overcharged our
Interesting.
ships.
What's up?
Well, I was just talking about The Red Sparrow, which was a movie, and about spying and the CIA. And actually, I clicked it away, so I cannot go in detail about it. But yeah, find it interesting that that phrase came up, coming to a
Mhm.
theater near you.
Coming soon to a theater near you guys.
Overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, will cut taxes, slash regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before, and certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years of prior to COVID coming in my administration. We had the greatest economy in history. We cut the most regulations in the history of our country, and I did that all in 4 years, by 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years, and we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all
Don't
fine,
stand a
but,
chance, guys.
you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many.
And they have really funny police officers, guys, with funny hats. No, I'm joking.
Great friends. One of them is the
Sorry, Derf. I love you.
great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister. You
What?
I said they do.
Yeah, you know, with you. Yeah, it's funny, man.
Like
win it.
what?
Make me think about what's his name again? That actor.
Who?
Yeah, from The Mask. What is it? What's his name again?
Jim Carrey.
Jim
Jim
Carrey.
Carrey.
Yeah. What was the doing the
Carrey.
movie? You know, with the hat.
Oh,
on,
right.
those-
Yes.
Those
Wasn't
boots.
that
That's funny.
Me, Myself, and I?
Of Irene or something like that. I don't know,
Yeah,
man. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
funny,
Me,
man.
Myself, and Irene or something.
Yeah, with a little
Yep.
black kid, right? Like,
I
and
don't
he's a
understand
Canadian,
this.
right? He's a Canadian. Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
is? I didn't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I had
saw,
no idea.
Yeah. So again, yeah, he's a funny dude, man. Funny dude. But he
Yeah, but the
was
hat
making fun of
thing,
the
I find that hat very interesting
on
as well.
horses, right? Like,
I mean, you wonder where did they come up, but then again, you know, we might as well say that about everybody with hats.
you know, like a cowboy. You know, they have cool hats, right? But these guys,
Right.
it's just not. It's not that cool, guys. It's just weird. It's just weird. But again,
It seems so. There seems to be no purpose to that type of hat.
yeah, it's a 24 degrees below zero, right? Like, yeah, you know, it's not that you're standing in the beaming heat or something, right? You like the Russians, they have like these wool hats, right? Like, you know, like these, you
Right.
know, with the
24
fur
below
and
zero.
everything. That makes sense, right? Like,
Yeah.
you look at it, yeah, okay, I get it. But these guys, I'm joking, man. Funny. Busting your balls, man.
It'll take 2 seconds, but he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better.
And there it is, guys. And there's a joke. There's the joke.
There's
He's
the
talking
joke.
about, are you running for president or prime minister? Oh, what a governor, right? So that's funny.
Governor Trudeau.
Yeah, and there is this crooked person, right, saying, can I ask my Supreme Court, right? Like, that hasn't happened, you know? Not happening, babe. And you know,
Hey, look.
like promised.
She's wearing the same type of robe that Jack Smith was, but it's blue.
Uh-huh. Yep. Look at those symbols on it, man.
What is that? Oh,
Right?
right.
Yeah.
Is that like an official kind of seat?
Yeah. It's from some kind of order.
Oh, looks weird.
Yeah. Look at this, man.
Moscotus,
These
that's the
people are,
best one.
yeah, Moscotus. Where's Moscotus? But you promised, not happening, babe. Think timing. LL steps down. New AG. Trust the plan, guys. You look at him. Are you running for governor? Let's see that again, guys. I love
But
it.
no, something's going to have to take 2 seconds. Wayne Gretzky, I said, run for prime minister. You'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better.
Governor.
But no, something's going to
Governor
have to be done. Same thing with Mexico.
Yeah.
We have a massive deficit
Trudeau.
with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot.
Gretzky.
They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there, and it's ours. We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
Wow, guys.
And it's
The
appropriate.
plan, guys.
It's appropriate.
Think timing.
And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too. And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada, substantial tariffs. And we want to get along with everybody, but they have to. It takes two to tango.
Yes, biblical, guys.
We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a
the
golden
dawn,
age for
guys.
America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have number one. Nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We're number three. I made us number one in a very short period of time in drilling. And you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. Off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers, they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season.
17.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number.
So Dick Tracy is asking us if we can find a drop with Happy Easter. Wins the internet today. Let's see if we can find it, guys. Dick Tracy, thank you so much for joining us. And there it is, guys. Let's go back a little bit, because we missed a brilliant crumb of Donald J. Trump, guys. Let's see. Let's go back.
Number of years. The Massachusetts stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period.
Boom. 2 whales, 17. So 217. Let's see. What is that? Okay, there it is, man. There it is. 217. he talks about the whales, right? That's a big thing, right? A big drop. And the analysts are saying, GD, right? I'm not going to say this, but one more clue. And again, one more keyword, please. Please, right? And Q is saying, clowns in America, guys. So interesting that he talks about a big whale, the clowns in America, 217, guys. Boom.
And now they had 14 this season.
Boom, 14, guys. Drop 14, we know what that is, right? Beautiful drop. Drop 14. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over the other 3-letter agencies? What is drop 217 talking about? It talks about a 3-letter agency, right? 1, 2, 3. One more keyword, please. Clowns in America.
And you had
What must be completed to engage military intelligence over the other 3-letter agencies, guys? What must occur to allow for civilian trials? There it is, guys. Boom, boom, boom. 217. Clowns in America. One more clue, and Trump has given us the clue. A big whale at 217. One more keyword. Clowns in America. 14 others. Drop 14 talks about military intelligence over the 3-letter agencies. There it is, guys. Boom.
And
Donald J. Trump. Yes.
1714, Grass.
How do you
hide
hide
a
a
message
message?
in clear sight?
Oh, nice. Beautiful, guys. So Trump is mentioning 217 clowns in America on the request of the Anons. God, please, one more clue, one more keyword, please, please. And Q is saying clowns in America. And then he's mentioning 14 that talks about military intelligence taking over investigations of these 3-letter agencies, which clowns in America is one of. And there it is, 1714. How do you hide a message in clear sight? Now let's see how Trump does this, guys. And he's doing this at 11:52. 11:52. Thank you, patrons. Proofs are being lost, guys. So he's dropping a big whale, guys. A big drop. A big proof. A juicy one, right? A juicy crumb at 11:52. Talking about the Anons wanting another clue. Clowns in America. With 14, the military intelligence over the 3-letter agencies, which Clowns in America is one of. 1714, how do you hide a message in clear sight? A message as big as a whale. And then the timestamp of 11:52 is saying, making it now, Q. And Q is saying, thank you, patriots. Proofs are being lost. Proofs as big as whales, guys. So let's see that one more time.
Now do the mirror real quick, Grass, before you go.
2511.
Yep.
2511. Let's have a look, guys. 2511.
Because it all ties it together.
Oh, there it is, guys. 5x5, guys. This is it, guys. Martial law versus criminal law. Enemy combatants. How do you navigate through? Install blockades. Mueller, guys. Mueller. Midterms elections. Terminate all House and Senate. Ongoing investigations. Deep party base. False narratives. Russia collusion. POTUS cheat. Evil sky falling, right? The effort to divide and mobilize for future post-riots and threats. Violence. False flags, etc. Dude. This is... they were throwing everything they could at Trump, right? It's almost like... Do you know these clips that you see of a burglar, like somebody who steals something in a shop, and then the security guy tries to follow him, and the guy is throwing everything behind him in the path, so this guy that is trying to catch him can't catch him, right? They're throwing everything at Trump, Look at this. Use a stealth bomber, guys. Yes. And it talks about Sessions, guys.
And we had Lancer, the Lancer bomber, remember?
Yeah. The stealth bomber. Absolutely. The Lancer. What was the Sessions State Senate conflict vote? 52 47. Note 157. Logical thinking versus clickbait. Okay. 5x5. Okay, guys. So this is how they drop everything in Trump's path to try to keep him busy, right? And
Try to take
even
the
though he
focus
was
off of
getting
their
all
crime.
these slings and arrows, he was winning big time for America, right? Low unemployment, major gains, introducing one law and scraping 5 of them, right? Like he was doing, scraping 5 regulations and installing one of them, Incredible, man. Winning, 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 even though they were throwing everything in Trump's path to throw him off, and they were not successful, guys. So Trump, and he's ready to go, guys. He's ready to go. He looks rested, guys. So give it up for Trump, guys.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster it's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. After 10 years, you have to redo them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down. And you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that.
Down
Doesn't
palm
make sense,
trees.
but that's what they say.
Uh-huh.
So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come.
Everything that I'm saying to you, right? From everything that I'm saying to you, those big crumbs that he's dropping, right? With his timestamps, with the numbers that he's spitting out there, right? With the whales that he's talking about, those big crumbs that he's dropping. 1154 is a perfect example of why we are here. Thank you, Patriot. Thank you all, right? He's talking about the things that he's saying to us, right?
Come out, everything I'm of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you,
everything that I'm saying to you, right? Perfect example of why we're here. Thank you, Patriot. Thank you all. The proofs, right? The future proofs past.
From a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately to
drip to flow.
All of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do.
Guys, dude, so he's saying from everything that I'm saying to you, right? From a drip to a fully functioning water faucet, right? From a drip to a flood, everything that I'm saying to you, right? Dude, he's dropping crumbs, man.
Element appropriate. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately to all of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do.
Boom. What we do and what we're going to do, guys. Future proofs past, guys. Future proofs past. Look at this. Future proofs past. The things that we are going to do, right? Thank you, Patriot. Thank you all. Dude. The things that we're going to do, guys. IG report. The arrest. Everything has meaning. Everything that Trump has been saying to you, from a water faucet to everything that we're going to do, right? Everything has meaning. The tarmac deal, guys. Mueller, election integrity, immigration bill, border, military start, big month, guys.
To take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it. I know it. The Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big thing, but you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big.
And there it is, guys. AI is a very big thing, right? 11:55. And POTUS will be validating drops via Twitter by plant and timing. Future-proofs past, comms understood. Everything that I'm saying to you, from water faucets that don't work, you know, and all these other crumbs that he's putting out there. Future-proofs past, comms understood. POTUS is validating, guys, per plan and timing. Look at the time. That's beautiful, guys. Future-proofs past. Beautiful.
Deal in terms of the future. China is already.
The future, guys. All right.
There it is.
Deal in terms of the future.
Boom. It's times of the future. 11:55. Future proofs past. He talks about the comms. He talked about everything that he's saying from those allegories that he's using, right? Like a water faucet, right? Drip to a flood, and all these things, all these whales that he's putting out there. Crumbs the size of croutons, guys, right? Future proofs past. And there it says, guys, 11:55. POTUS is validating drops per plan and timing at the time, guys. 11:55. Future.
AI is a very big deal in terms of the future.
Boom. In terms of the future. Future proofs past. 11:55. POTUS is validating drops. The drops are the Q drops, guys. Per plan and timing. Future proofs past. Comms understood. From those allegories that he's using. You know, double meanings exist, guys. What an incredible speech, guys, Trump. Wow.
I didn't know
China
how,
is already built.
What?
how you came up with the crumbs as big as croutons. It was really funny.
You know, crumbs the size of croutons, guys. So there it is. That's funny.
Where did you come up with that one?
I heard
good
it somewhere, I guess. You know, but that's funny. Crumbs the size of croutons, guys. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go.
Building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities, and you know how they're being fired up.
And we know, you know, what the Q clearance is, right? Does it refer to, you know, the Department of Energy, right? And does it refer to somebody dropping such information that has the biggest clearance of within all departments?
Up with coal, they're being fired up with coal, and we're going to build bigger and better ones. People like Hussein that are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the list since we won the election. Couple of months since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me. They said, thank you. Thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that that should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left. And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too. That's a tough one. Much tougher than it would have.
Sorry, Lance.
I believe he said president, and that's POTUS.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
As opponent, and what he's
Nothing
saying right
stated
now, right?
should be discounted, guys. Moving fast.
Because he's saying that most of you don't know this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he started off before talking about
Yeah.
all the deaths in the war, right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Interesting. As POTUS ever made statements found not to be true, guys. Nothing stated should be discounted. Moving fast.
Been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you. Thank you.
What?
You.
What's going on here?
You.
What is happening here?
You.
Did they cut it off there? Or
What is going on here?
Your computer glitching? What's going on?
do you have VPN on? Maybe. Time.
So where are we? We are
Go
at
to YouTube.
157, right? Okay, so let's
Yeah,
refresh.
57.
Yeah, sorry. Let's refresh this. Let's go to 157.
You have once and for
By
all.
the way,
Going on.
Tell us
Yes.
a little bit about what your plan is.
Oh, he's
the
taking
reason-
questions now. Yes.
the reason we're not seeing those, what do you call them? The closed captioning. I think it's because you're streaming it from X, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I didn't want to stream it from YouTube because
Okay.
of obvious reasons, right?
It's not on Rumble?
Yeah, yeah, maybe. But again, those don't also don't have subtitles. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, guys. Yeah.
No, it's all
Again,
good.
so it was glitching at the moment that he was going to take out questions, guys. So let's move because I got 30 minutes left and we still got to play some music for Angel Magic. We love you, sister.
Are you going to tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Try to, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might
Who
be
are
that
you, little
you'll have
boy?
to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital
Hey,
to
down
our
in front.
country. It's being operated by China.
What?
The guy in front of the camera.
Yeah, it's Trudeau, right? Like Trudeau standing up.
Down in front.
China. And we gave the
What is it,
Panama
like the,
Canal to Panama.
Yeah.
You remember what was that old show where they used to like make fun of the films? And all you seen was like the back of their heads, the three.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that show?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Siskel and Ebert?
What's that?
Was that Siskel and Ebert?
No, it
Or
was
I'm
like
thinking of something else.
Yeah, no, it was like a robot and two guys I think that like made fun of shows and stuff. And they would sit in the movie theater and all you see was like the back of their heads.
Okay.
Mystery Science Theater. There you go.
Okay. Awesome.
They're saying it in the chat. See.
Ellie K. Patton, we love you, sister. And again, he
Thank you,
talks
chat.
about China, and this is talking about the where, right? Interesting. that he's
Panama. We
saying
didn't.
this.
The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
Boom, China. Boom, there it is.
China.
1158. 1158. China. There it is.
China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of of the Carter legacy, but
broke
he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive, they say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election, even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could just follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said just before it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe...
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. It's
well, not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So you've got like what you've got. At this point, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment
you're saying the cities are mostly knocked down?
You will keep supporting them
and
during the negotiations?
Well, I wouldn't
image,
tell
right?
you if that were the case.
In the image, it is showing the buildings in the city,
Mm-hmm.
right? In the drop.
Yep.
And he's saying they've all been knocked down.
Mm.
And it just occurred to me that, like, the way that he always says China, like in
China.
Italian, you would write like CIA, NA. So,
Ukraine.
Yeah.
China.
China.
CIA.
Interesting. China.
Yeah. It's like, he always says it this way,
Mhm.
that any Italian would say China, and you would write it in Italian like that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
Derf could, confirm that with me. And so all of a sudden it hit me, and it was like, what if he actually tries to say CIA, NA?
China. There it is, guys. How do you legally? They fall for it every single time. They're literally opening the door for you to drop all information as evidence in a court of law, guys. It's happening.
Commitment to provide a security guarantee if they do enter into an armistice or a ceasefire along the lines that the French and the Germans.
So, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal.
So trap card played, trump card coming. They had a deal, guys.
Which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. Years ago when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion.
The mirror you were talking about?
Yes. He's talking about NATO.
Mm-hmm. I think he's talking about 21.
That was the number he said.
Yeah, he said
at that time 28 countries. I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact.
So 28, 20 to be 21 to be exact. I hereby demand a second investigation after the Schumann Pelosi close ties to Russia and lying about it. All right. He talks about NATO and Russia and Ukraine, right? And it talks about Pelosi, guys, who is well connected to the whole Ukraine thing. All right. 2820, dude. Wait a minute. And it talks about the surveillance. And it connects to the Pelosi and about Russia, guys. Sisliak. Huh. Russian ambassador in 2010. Okay, let's listen to that one more time.
I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact.
21 to be exact. So let's see 2820, 2021. 2021. Let's see, 2021. Yeah, okay, distress signal, NSA no more. And what is 21 talking about?
Yeah.
I dropped some crumbs like this over the weekend. At this point, you are far enough along that you can paint a picture without risk of jeopardizing the operation. Okay, so that's interesting, guys. He talks about Russia.
2820. 21 to be exact.
Yeah, 21 to be exact. Yeah, you can paint a picture without risk of jeopardizing. So you can now paint the exact picture, right? 21 to be exact. I dropped some crumbs like this. And now you can paint a picture to be exact, right? Without risk of jeopardizing the operation. Interesting, guys. What?
Because you got the picture of Pelosi, right? In 2820?
Yeah. You can paint a picture now. So there's Ukraine, Pelosi, and Russia all together, guys.
Don't forget about Schumer.
While Trump is saying, is on the timestamp of 1201 that talks about trap card placed. Nice work, you. Trump card coming, guys. You can paint a picture without risk of jeopardizing the operation. And he talks about Russia, NATO, and there's Pelosi, guys. Huh. Schumer, Pelosi, and their close ties to Russia. The real
and
Russian
lying about it.
Guys. And yeah. The cover-up is almost worse than the crime, right? No.
Always.
it's the cover-up that gets them, right? It's showing you that you know that you're complicit, so that's interesting, guys. Huh.
I said they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying. Or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion. That was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it openly, I said it to President Zelensky, Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money than Europe. And, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up.
Yeah.
And yet Europe is in for
and that means they're singing like a, canary in a palm tree, right?
Like a bird.
They're singing like a bird, guys. And look at all these guys that are visiting Mar-a-Lago, right? And just see what happens just days after, weeks after Trudeau went to Mar-a-Lago. A week later, he resigns. Just think about what that means of all these other guys that are going to Mar-a-Lago. Trump is having those similar conversations with these guys, right? Don't ever think that those meetings are just casual, right? Trump is not wasting time, man. Trump is a busy guy, When he has a meeting with you, you show up and you do what all will do as told, guys. Take
like
that.
Said, we're gonna have a talk.
Yeah, we're gonna have a talk. That's a good one.
I can't wait for our ex-PM to be there as well for a visit.
Oh yeah,
for a talk.
Yeah, he needs a talk. Absolutely.
A small fraction of the.
It reminds me of The Godfather, though.
Mm-hmm.
When The Godfather has a talk.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Yep. When he has to talk, yep. That's it.
The kiss
Number
of
of the
death.
United States.
hmm You know, when my girlfriend says we gotta have a talk, I know what's up. I know, like, okay, that's it. You know,
Ah,
like,
shit.
I mean, that's a whole
oh,
meme right
shit.
now, right?
We gotta have a talk, and I feel it in my stomach. I go like, oh,
That goes for anybody, right? Like
Yeah.
if
Yes.
you have to tell somebody or somebody tells you, like, all right, we got to have a talk. Like, oh, well,
you know,
Get down for it.
yeah, but okay, let's go, guys. I love you guys.
States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills. And they all, one stood up. I won't say who. You'll probably have it because the papers,
one
the
stood up?
media hated to report.
Grass?
What?
He said one stood up, and you had the canary tree, or you had the palm tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
One stood up. You're saying
Absolutely.
they sing like a canary, and that's exactly what he
Yeah.
said. One stood up.
Yep. And it talks about the Standard Hotel, right? Big names, guys. Big names in Hollywood. Future will prove past. Are you feeling okay? TikTok LLC, guys. And there's your LLC, Lance. Remember all those
Yep.
LLCs that you pulled up?
Yep.
Well done, man.
I've looked
It's
into that
all
one too.
related, guys. Prove.
And you got Mac, right?
But-
Who is
Yep.
Boomer, right?
Mhm. Yep.
A
Isn't it Alice Mack? Mac is naming names.
I think so
That's-
in that one, yeah.
prime minister stood up from a country, you know, a famous meeting of 28 nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up. He says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that
So 2552. What
Yep.
does he say?
point it was 2%. Does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that point it was 2%. But many people didn't pay. Some people.
What is he saying? Panic in DC, Clinton Foundation. Nothing to see here. Follow the names on the list provided, updated. After pre-step departure, none of the high-ranking bureau officials involved in the two investigations will remain with the bureau. He talks about one stepped up, right?
Yep.
Okay, pre-step, stepping up, pre-step,
Pre-step.
and yeah, Panic in DC, the foundation. Nothing to see here. Interesting. 2552. Huh.
Didn't pay anything. But many people were way, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5% for.
Well, I think NATO should have 5%. Yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it.
Yeah.
But they should be at 5%.
He said 522. Go back a little. And then he says military. Go back just a little.
Not 2%. If you have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2. I mean, at 2%, every country, if
So there it is, 522.
Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5% for.
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're
There it is, guys. Military, guys. Hot, hot, hot. Happy hunting. Military stringer, guys. Well done, Lance.
going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous
And you're at
territory. I think
4.
it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%.
Yeah.
I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat. Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in.
Allison Mack.
That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said
Singing
it
like
was
a
the most
canary.
incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Mr. President, two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly.
2448?
2428.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go back just a little bit.
Related to the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about.
Mr. President, 2 questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI.
There it is, guys. 2428. Yep. Well done, Lance. Ha! Attacks on Q movement. Fear. Coincidences, guys. Front and center, guys. Boom. Ha! You're thinking about J6, right? Think about J6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who they were trying to frame for that, right?
FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk in.
Yeah, there it is, guys. There it is.
People who did some bad things weren't prosecuted.
Yep. Attacks on the movement, guys. Attacks on the movement. Beautiful. Fear. Coincidence, guys. Boom. 1205. What does that say?
Right now, yeah. They
Boom.
weren't prosecuted.
Yeah. Nice one. And again, Allison Mack, guys.
There it is.
Didn't we just had that one?
Yep. It was the Mac.
There it is, Allison Mack. The previous timestamp. Beautiful.
Singing
man.
like a canary.
Yep. Tweet, tweet.
Into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please.
Sorry, just one more follow-up.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Please.
On Jack Smith's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially we were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking?
Well, I won't tell you that because that's part of a military strategy, but I will say it was Turkey. Turkey's been after the country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about? The Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies. They hate each other. But he didn't do that yet. And he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened, Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of?
By the way, I have the envoy here. Is that in the back? It is. Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for
they can't
months,
talk.
and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question. Is Hamas
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Sir, I released another hostage
I didn't know Steve was going to be here, actually.
He's just going to ignore the guy.
He's done a fantastic job. And it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal making he does.
Trudeau Pigs is changing strings on his guitar.
Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you a second part of that? Hamas,
just 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second.
I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve?
Kenneth Franklin, we love you.
He kind of looked at Don Jr. and was like, I didn't know he was going to be here.
Well, I think we're making a lot of progress. And I don't want to say too much because I think they're doing a really good job back in Doha. I'm leaving tomorrow back to go to Doha. But I think that we've had some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the president. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the president, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation, and so hopefully it'll work out and we'll save some lives.
Yeah, like release the hostages or all hell will set loose. Like
I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way. But I think it's the president, his stature, what he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night.
are you confident there'll be a deal before January 20th, or is that something that's likely to happen? If there's a deal even at all, we've been hearing this now for...
Like, think of that. He's already working deals, and he's not even.
I would say,
Dude.
Better be.
right.
I was going to say that.
And think about this. Even if Trump is in the Oval, he's donating all of the money he's making as being president to, to good causes, right? He's not getting any money by being president. He's working for free. So why wouldn't Trump be working now? This is the thing that he said to Harris, right? You're saying you're going to do all these things. Why aren't you doing it now? And you're getting paid right now as VP, right? And Trump, even though he's not in the Oval, he's already making deals. He's sending his people out there. And while he is president, he's donating all his money to goodwill causes, right? Again, Trump, we love you. It's his time to give back because America gave him so much, right? And it's just wonderful to see this man just do this for the love of country. And when you do a thing that you love, the sky is the limit. It's not about the money. You wake up and you can't wait to start your day, right? You can't wait to start doing the things that you're doing because you do it out of passion, right? And we're entering this era that we are all going to do things out of passion instead of just having to go to work, all these things. But this is going to be a world driven by passion, guys. So this is going to be amazing.
The president is exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but look, I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better get it. You better do this because the alternative.
The choice to know will be yours, guys.
Waiting for President Trump
The
to take
end.
office.
No, I think they heard him loud and clear. Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will
Before I
be paid,
take
or
office.
all hell must be paid
That's
if
right.
they don't release the
Well,
hostages.
you know what that means, don't you? What, do I have to define it for you? Look, all
No, I know
hell
you're not
will
gonna
break out.
telegraph
If
what
those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt
You
your
know what I
negotiation.
mean, don't you? Like, do I have to explain
If
it
they're
to
not
you?
back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is.
The choice to know
And
will
they
be
should
yours.
have
The
given them
end.
back a long time.
As
They
the
should
world
have never
turns.
taken them. They should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was, and many people are killed. They're no longer hostages. I have people from Israel and
Mirrorgrass,
others
121.
begging me to get, we had also people there from the United States, just so you know. They're holding some so-called hostages from the U.S. But I've had mothers come to me and fathers crying, can I get the body of their son back? Can I get the body of their daughter back? That beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? Sir, she's dead. like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl, and the way they treated her. And I just say it this very simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person.
Don't
They
F with
respect
us,
him
guys.
over there already.
1920,
It's what we needed
Graf.
over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people, they're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I tell this, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Thank you, Brad. You're doing a great job.
Go do your job.
Mr. President, more than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, you know, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She had never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. The other thing is, when they talk, you know, there was never charges of insurrection or anything like that. But if there were, this would be the only insurrection in history where people went in as insurrectionists with not one gun, okay? And let me tell you, the people that you're talking about have a lot of guns in their home for hunting and for shooting and for entertainment, a lot of good reasons. But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is.
Yes, the FBI knows. Absolutely. Why would they know? Exactly. All right. So there it is, guys. Let's continue. This is a good one, man. Why had with it?
Beautiful.
Oh my God, Trump. Listen to this. Let's listen to this one more time. Let's do that. Let's there you go.
But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is.
Boom.
The status of the FBI has gone down so far.
Oh my God.
And the status of the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice, it's being laughed at all over the world. And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back.
Oh, yes.
If you do a poll in the FBI, I guarantee I'm at like 90% with the agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, I mean, you think of the
warning
FBI.
shot, guys.
They raided this house.
There's the
By
warning
way,
shot.
They could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them.
Over the
I actually
target.
told them, come in anytime you want. You can see anything. They raided the house, and the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that.
There it is, guys.
There it
the
is.
mirror time step of 4121, guys. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. There it is, guys. This is why he's talking about the raid on Mar-a-Lago, right? Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Because Trump was saying they were spying on me. He was saying they're politically weaponized against me. You know, they're fabricating lawsuits against me. And everybody, the media was saying he's lying. And then, you know, 2020 happened. We're on YouTube, guys. So we got to say it like that. Then 2020 happened. We all know what that means. And this is when they came into the Oval and used that authority to weaponize publicly those agencies against Trump. And this is what we saw in Drop 4461, right? Where before the elections on June 13th, 2020, the team was saying, this is not another 4-year election. Not Trump wins, not Biden wins, God wins. Truth wins. What do you mean? Because only when evil is forced into the light can we defeat it, right? Only when they can no longer operate in the shadows can people see the truth for themselves. And only when people see the truth for themselves will people understand the true nature of their deception. Seeing is believing. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. And only then will people find the will to change. It had to be this way. Not another 4-year election. God wins, right? It needed to be this way. You know, and boy, did we had a 4 years, guys. And it's turning around, guys. It's turning around. And beautiful that he's talking about the raid on Mar-a-Lago, right? You know, I gave him everything. Come in, you can have it all. Look around. But no. They had to kick in his door. You know, used, you know, authorized deadly force. Just major. It's insane what they've done.
And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm suing the United States, but I'm suing them for other things, too. The FBI has gone so, its reputation has been so horribly hurt between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the other.
Wait a minute. Didn't we have Comey, guys?
He was just in the mirror. Was it 3121?
Yeah. There it is. Haha. Well done, Liz. The previous timestamp mirror. There's Comey, guys.
Because he was talking about the FBI, so I was like,
yes. 1213. 1213 mirror. You know, the previous timestamp shows you Comey, guys. Interesting.
There's horribly hurt between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the others. What's happened to the FBI is, and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make the FBI great again. We're going to make the Department of Justice fair and strong, but fair again.
Voters want
because all they did was attack me because I'm their political opponent, and that includes with local judges like Marchand. You ought to find out ask them, why do I have a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak? Think of it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam.
Boom.
It's a scam.
You can't tell them, you must show them, right? There it is. He can't tell them now because he already told you. Now he has to show you, right? To show you how far they would go to fabricate a lawsuit against Trump, making sure that he has no jury, never happened before, that he has gag ordered for something as little as a legal expense. Right? For a non-disclosure agreement. You are nuts. This is how they could this is how they could get away with something like this. And he's going to go against it. And once he speaks, everything will fall in place, guys. You know, never before. This is the political weaponization of justice against Donald J. Trump. You know? You only silence those you are afraid of, right?
And we have very dishonest judges in New York.
The drop right now, right? Scroll down to the bottom. Yeah. You can't imagine this. He's talking about they won't let me speak.
Yes. Because if I speak, right? There it is.
Because you can't imagine the size of this. Conspiracy risk. Right?
Yes.
You can't imagine the size of this. They won't let me talk. Plan for later. And didn't he say we have it? Or he said,
just think about what is in his stomach, man.
He just said something like, we'll do it later or something. Didn't he just say that?
Judges, think of it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam.
Boom. Understand the scam, guys. There it is.
It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their case. He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're
Yes.
Man, we
Isn't
got to
this
get to
new-
our music, right?
What's up?
He said 18, right? And he said it twice, but 18 because I think he's hitting on it.
Okay. What do you like about this?
Oh, John M. surgery. Because he just said a person that we go back just a little bit, a really
very
evil
happy.
person.
And we have another one who was so nasty,
Okay.
so horrible, such a brute.
And then Joe McCain, right? Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
A most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Back on Greenland. Your position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take specific action to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military.
I mean, that was no name, right?
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time.
Yes,
You
Greenland.
have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even...
The
national security, yeah.
Yeah.
We need Greenland for national security. And the
National
same
security.
Snowden, guys. 1216 is talking about Snowden. Interesting. You know?
even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free
world
world.
is watching.
You look at, you don't
Right,
even
the
need
free world.
binoculars.
Right there.
You
Yes.
look outside, you have...
He talks about the free world.
If Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they
1216.
do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking
Boom.
about protecting the free world.
The free world at 1216. As the world turns. The world is watching. 1216. Snowden. Beautiful.
Look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to draw plans for acquisition? I mean, are you active?
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Musk has drawn some criticism and a lot of attention for some of his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate for
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't know the people you're talking about. He was, I know he said some negative things about a couple of people that are running for office, but that's not so unusual. Yes, please.
We got to keep pushing, guys. We're going from this on our way home.
How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because, you know, every day people are being, many, many young people are being killed, soldiers. You know, the land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from each, many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets. I hope so, yeah. I hope to have 6 months. No, I would think, I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened.
Who would you like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair of the Hill?
I'll be announcing.
Okay, guys, you know what? You know what? Let's pause here. Let's pause here because I still got a few minutes to go. Let's continue this rally. And let's remember that we stopped this one at 12:19. Let's see when Trump is going off stage. There it is. 36. And then let's continue There it is. 12:38. He's walking away.
And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the Prime Minister, the President, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job in the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out. Thank you very much.
All hell is going to break out at 12:38. We're going to continue next time, guys. 12:38. 12:38, guys. 12:38. Let's see when Trump walks off stage. Five eyes, guys. All hell is going to break out. Evil and corruption. She had to win at all cost. You know why? Okay. How do people support and vote for these people, right? Okay. Do you understand the gravity of what is unfolding? No evidence to support POTUS targeting. None. Listen carefully. Okay, the Five Eyes. And he's saying, all hell is going to break loose, guys. Evil and corruption. Do you understand the gravity of what is unfolding? 12:38, he's walking away, right? Beautiful, guys. Let's come back to this one because we're not done. We're stopped at 12:19, guys. We do want to play a few songs for our beloved birthday girl. You know, so that's why we're going to cut this live stream short, guys. Everybody on YouTube, we want to thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be live on Friday again, guys. So let's go live on Friday at, let's say, let's do Friday at 10 p.m. Yeah, at 10 a.m. Let's see. Let's see. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. 10. Let's say a 11:15, guys. 11:17. Okay, 11:17. We're gonna be live. I do have a hospital appointment that I have to do, guys. So, let's see. We're gonna be live in the afternoon of Friday, guys. So please join us on Friday. Everybody on YouTube, we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your incredible support. We gotta cut this one short because and please join us on Rumble, guys. Somebody drop the Rumble link in YouTube, by the way. And let me see. Do we have Rumble here?
Thank you, everyone on YouTube, for joining us for our first YouTube Live.
Absolutely, guys. We love you guys. And Twitter, everybody, we love you. Join us on Rumble. We're going to have a few more minutes where we're going to play some beautiful songs for Angel Magic, celebrating her beautiful birthday. And we're going to pick up with Trump on Friday afternoon. So please join us on YouTube. Please join us on Twitter. And everybody join us now on Rumble because we're going to have a party like you've never seen before, guys.
All right, everyone. We are going out on YouTube and X in 5, 4.
Love you guys.
3, 2, 1.